spaceman, the fastest guy alive. I'd fly you around the universe in 5 way out in space together, conquerors of the stars. My heart would be a fireball, fireball. Every time I gaze into your starry eyes, we take the path to Jupiter, and maybe very soon we cruise along the Milky Way and land upon the moon. The wonderland of stardust, we'd zoom away to Mars. My heart would be a fireball, a fireball. You would be my Venus of the stars. But though I'm not a spaceman, famous and renowned, I'm just a guy that's down to earth with both feet on the ground. Though it's all imagination, I'll never reach the skies. My heart is still a fireball, a fireball. Every time I gaze into your starry eyes, a fireball, a fireball. Every time I gaze into your starry eyes, a fireball, a fireball. Every time I gaze into your starry eyes. Didn't know what time it was, the lights were low, oh, oh. I leaned back on my rest, oh. Some cat was laying down some rock and roll and a sunset. Then rolled out songs that seemed to play, came back like a slow voice on the way. That weren't no DJs, that was music on me. But he thinks he blew our minds. Waiting in the sky. He knows it's not the pelvis, 'cause he knows it was tell me. Let the children use it. Let all the children do it. Channel 2. Look out your window, I can see it. It's light. If we can sparkle, don't tell your papa, or he'll get us locked up in time. Woke up this morning with light in my eyes, and then realized it was still dark outside. It was a light coming down from the sky. I don't know who or why. Must be those strangers that come every night. Those saucer-shaped lights, what people uptight. Leave the green footprints that glow in the dark. I hope they get home all right. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along? I won't do anything wrong. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along for a ride? Woke up this morning, I was feeling quite weird. Had flies in my beard, my toothpaste was smeared. Over my window, they'd written my name. Said, so long, we'll see you again. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along? I won't do anything wrong. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along for a ride? Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along? I won't do anything wrong. Hey, Mr. Spaceman, won't you please take me along for a ride?
And now a new breakthrough in space conquest. For the first time, the spaceman has to leave the ship and step out into open space. The first one to do this was Alexei Leonov. It's ready. Let's go. Everything is strange and unusual in this new world. With no support, no top, no bottom. Everything is weightless. Everything is weightless. Orientation is lost. The vacuum is dangerous. The vacuum is dangerous. I'm on the edge of the opening of the airlock chamber. I feel excellent. I see clouds and the sea. I'm beginning to... Man in space. He's walking in space. With no support, no top, no bottom. Everything is weightless. Minutes, even from space. 10 minutes, that shook the world.
Ignition sequence start. It's getting close. 6, 5, 4, 3.
Ignition. We have flame and a great deal of smoke coming out of the bottom of that rocket. 8.9 seconds of hold still. Now it's moving. It is coming toward the top of the tower now. Flame belching out all around it. Now the deluge system is trying to cool it down. Millions of gallons of water pouring out of it. Here comes the sound.
I miss the earth so much. I miss my life. It's lonely out in space. On such a timeless flight. It's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no. Raise there with me, dear.
Give ignition, and you have liftoff.
Somewhere past the edge of convention, beyond the boundaries of tomorrow, lies a special kind of impossible. A kind of impossible where pioneers forge ahead. Where no idea is too bold and no challenge too great. Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible. Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible. Until it's not. And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible. Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known. To define possible.
right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the last day of Von Braun. It's been a great 2 days so far, and we have another one stacked up for you today with some really neat content, especially this first session. We'll get to that in a second. Let me get through the formalities. If we haven't met, I'm Jim Way. I'm Executive Director of the American Astronautical Society. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to thank our sponsors. There they are. Aerojet Rocketdyne, the Aerospace Corporation, the Boeing Company, Dynetics, our education sponsor, Jacobs, the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, Lockheed Martin, Maxar, Northrop Grumman, SpaceX, Teledyne Brown Engineering, the University of Alabama in Huntsville, also our gracious host, and our media sponsor, Space News. Thank you all very much for your support of this event. And thank you to everyone at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, at the National Space Club of Huntsville. Good show last night. And also to, of course, UAH. Thank you very much for everything you've done for us this week. And thank you to our planning committee. A lot of people listed here, a lot of people, several of them are roaming around in the audience over here. So it wouldn't have come together without all of them. So we thank them very, very much. Alan and I will be your hosts for the day. Alan DeLuna, president of AAS. For those of you online, please do submit your questions using the Q&A tool in the Zoom webinar interface. We'll be happy to ask them. For those of you in the audience, we've been kind of going back and forth on how to ask questions, but we'll work it out. You can either yell it to us and we'll repeat it. You can hand us a slip of paper, or if you're comfortable, we'll hand you the microphone so you can ask it yourself. Your first sentence should be a question. There is no second sentence. So thank you for that. If you're using Twitter or other social media, we are at #VonBraun2021. Follow us online on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And finally, we're going to keep our intros short so we get right to the content. Speaking of, let's get started with our first discussion. This one is to focus on student success. Every year, AAS has the student poster contest as part of this competition. And so our speakers will talk about that a little bit. But we'd like to thank Teledyne Brown Engineering, and then our all-day sponsors, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and SpaceX for putting this together. So I'd like to introduce Emily Wood, a student here at UAH, and Pete Paisley, Director of Civil and Commercial Space at Draper Lab. Pete, take it away.
Thank you, Jim. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this Von Braun Extra event. It's special for me to focus on something that's important to me personally and to the community, and that's STEM. I was talking to one of my colleagues this morning, and we were talking a little bit about all the STEM activities within the Huntsville community and the broader aerospace community that support Huntsville. And when you live here, you kind of take it for granted, frankly. But it is part of our DNA. It's part of the fabric of the community and the broader aerospace industrial base here. And if you don't believe me, just drive a mile that way and take a look at our new cybersecurity high school that's being built. That's a testament to the commitment that the community has to STEM, and really it's about our future workforce. And we've heard a lot this symposium from the NASA leadership and the industry leadership about the importance of our future workforce and workforce development. And Emily, congratulations to you for being a 2020 poster winner. Why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself and really how you learned about the poster contest and decided to enter?
Okay, hi everybody, I'm Emily. I'm from Nashville. I went to the University of Mississippi, or Ole Miss, for undergrad, and I got my bachelor's in mechanical engineering in May 2019. And I'm working on my master's in aerospace systems engineering here at UAH. I work in the complex systems integration lab here at UAH, and when I'm not there, I work as a part-time intern at Aerojet Rocketdyne. So the professor that oversees the complex systems integration lab that I work at, his name is Dr. Dale Thomas, wonderful guy. He told us all about the poster contest and encouraged us all to submit. There's about 10 or 11 of us, so we all submitted posters. And one of the students that works in the lab, his name is Dennis Nikitayev. He had won in 2019. He won second place. So I was really excited to submit a poster, and I hope to represent the lab well, like Dennis did.
That's great. I don't know how much the audience recognizes the competitive field. They had 80 some entrants this year, and in 2020 it was 50 some, and Emily was one of the few winners. So, you know, congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. Tell us a little bit about your research, how you became interested in your research topic. How did you go from mechanical engineering to your research topic?
So I decided to come to grad school at UAH in April 2019 before I knew how I was going to pay for it. So I got accepted, and then I sent in my application to become a graduate research assistant, or a GRA. And that placed my application in this like pool of applicants that professors can then go pull from. And Dr. Thomas saw my application and sent me an email that said like, hi, I want you to come work in the complex systems integration lab here at UAH. And here are 2 projects you can choose from: nuclear thermal propulsion and RS-25 affordability. Both great opportunities, but I decided on nuclear thermal propulsion because it sounded a bit more fun. And then I had to pick a topic underneath the NTP umbrella to write my thesis on. And so Dr. Thomas gave me a few topics to look into, and I came up with a few of my own, and I read a bunch of papers. So I spent a semester just reading papers and thinking about my topic. And then spring semester, I had to like decide on a topic. And the one that I chose was the minimally intrusive power generation system, or the MIPS. And that's one of those that Dr. Thomas gave me to look into. The reason I chose it is because at Ole Miss, I took a class on alternative energy, and I really enjoyed it. So I thought the MIPS would be a good fit for me. One of his students, Dr. Thomas's students, Samantha Rollins, had written a paper on the MIPS right before I got there, but then she left to go work in industry for a while. But she really helped get me started and sort of paved the way for my work on the MIPS. She established the why we need the MIPS, and I investigated the how we're going to do it. Yeah.
That's really interesting. Why don't you tell us about the research? Give us a little deeper dive here about your MIPS research.
Okay, so rockets work by adding a heat to propellant and then rapidly expanding exhaust through the nozzle to provide thrust. Nuclear thermal propulsion adds this heat by pumping the propellant through a nuclear reactor. And there are 2 design ideas for the nuclear thermal propulsion reactor for use in the Mars transfer vehicle. There's what we'll call design A, in which the fuel elements are tungsten cermet. So you can't turn the reactor all the way off between burns, or else the fuel elements will cool past their ductile to brittle transition temperature, where they face embrittlement concerns and could crack. So for that design configuration, the reactor thermal power level will be reduced to a low power idle mode, in which it generates about 15 megawatts thermal, which is low compared to the 540 megawatts thermal it produces in full power mode, but it's still a lot of heat. So we had to come up with a way to tap into that heat, run it through a power conversion cycle, and use it to provide usable power to the vehicle, with no changes to the reactor design and minimal changes to the engine design. And so that's how it differs from bimodal nuclear thermal propulsion. So the system that we came up with to do that is the MIPS. And so for design B of the reactor, the fuel elements are carbide based. So you can turn the reactor all the way off between burns, or you can reduce the power output as low as you want, because embrittlement is not a concern. So for that design configuration, the reactor thermal power level will be reduced to just high enough to run the MIPS, no more. So the goal of my research was to figure out which power conversion system would be best for use in the MIPS from a mass standpoint. So I modeled each of my systems. The systems I modeled were thermoelectric generators, or TEGs, a closed loop Brayton cycle, and a Stirling engine. So I modeled the power output for each of those using MATLAB and Simulink. And then I modeled their masses using Creo. The power output, or the power requirement for the Mars transfer vehicle, has not yet been decided upon, but it's estimated to range between 25 kilowatts electric, which is twice that of the Orion module, to 100 kilowatts electric, which is about that of the space station. So I modeled each of my systems for 25, 50, 75, and 100 kilowatts electric. And then I plotted the mass data on a graph with power on the x-axis and mass on the y-axis, so that we could see which MIPS configuration was the least massive, specifically so that we could see if any of the MIPS were less massive than the solar arrays that the vehicle would be forced to carry otherwise. So I had to model the solar arrays too. And it turns out that the Stirling MIPS and the Brayton MIPS are less massive across the board for reactor design A, and the Brayton MIPS is less massive for power levels above 30 kilowatts for design B. So it was really favorable results. I was excited to see that the MIPS was less massive than the solar arrays. That was really exciting. I remember just like doing a little happy dance in the lab. So
That's fantastic. I'm a guidance, navigation, and control guy, so I've got to put a few brain cycles behind propulsion and MGP, but thank you for that. So as we were prepping for this, you had mentioned that you did some updates. You had an iteration or two here in your work. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
yes, so I modeled my Brayton MIPS after the Solar Dynamic Power Module for the Space Station Freedom. And that system was designed to run on solar energy. So you need this giant heat receiver. I'm talking like 3,000 pounds to take the heat from the solar collector and transfer it to the rest of the cycle. But I learned that whenever your heat comes from the nuclear reactor, you don't actually need that giant heat receiver. You can just tap directly into one of the coolant loops that's already there. So I was able to take out that giant heat receiver, which brought my mass way down. I also was under the impression that the Brayton MIPS scaled exponentially with power, but after some more reading, I actually learned that it scales logarithmically with power, which is what makes it appealing for such higher power levels. So that also changed the results of my MIPS, Brayton MIPS. And then, so I thought I was done, and I was sitting down in the lab and I was showing one of the other students who works in the lab, the previous winner, Dennis Nikitayev, I was showing him my model. And at the time I had 3 loops in my model. I had one going through the existing coolant loop going through the reactor, one loop to go through the compressor and the turbine, and then another loop to go through the radiator. Each with shell and tube heat exchangers in between. And Dennis explained to me that we don't need to do all that. We can just use one loop to go through everything. And so that simplified my model greatly and brought my mass down because you didn't need the shell and tube heat exchangers in between. So that also changed my results. So last year I thought that the Brayton MIPS was the most massive MIPS, but it turns out it's actually the least massive MIPS. So my graph here, my poster has changed quite a bit in the past year, but I think it's right now.
Oh, that's great. And it's great that you're able to collaborate and get that feedback and improve on the research that you did. What do you think the implications are for this? Where would you like to see this work go?
Obviously NASA's not going to take my CAD drawings of the MIPS and like go build it right now. I mean, as cool as that would be, that's not going to happen. But if they decided that they wanted to investigate the MIPS further, they would know that the Brayton MIPS is a good place to start because it was the least massive for design A of the reactor and least massive for their power levels above 30 kilowatts electric for design B of the reactor. So these graphs really come in handy. Once they decide on a power requirement for the vehicle, then they can go to these graphs. And so say it's 100, they can say, oh, you can see on the poster, they can say the Brayton MIPS is vastly better than all the other alternatives. So they can know to start looking there and then perform reliability analysis, cost analysis, complexity analysis. So there are more things that go into this other than just mass, but this is a helpful way to get it started.
Thanks for that. So I don't know how many of you know, but the poster winners are invited to submit abstracts to the IAC, the International Aeronautical Congress. And if your abstract selected, and I understand the rejection rate's pretty high, right, 50%. If your abstract selected, then AAS may choose to send one of the winners to the IAC. And congratulations, I understand you're going to Dubai.
Yes, I leave next Friday. I'm so excited.
Tell us about that.
So last October, I won the student poster contest, or I got second in the student poster contest, and that qualified me to submit an abstract to IAC. So I submitted an abstract and I got accepted. And then I had to write my paper early and submit it to the American Astronautical Society for funding. So I did that in June, and then in July, I got an email notifying me that I had been selected as the winner. So I leave for Dubai next Friday. I'm super excited. I've never been outside of the United States before, so this is a big deal for me. I'm excited to participate in IAC. I hear that the opening ceremonies are really cool because they like show like the cultural aspect of each country you're in. So like my professor went to the one in Brazil, and they had like carnival dancers. So I'm interested to see what they have in Dubai. And then I'm also excited to see the Persian Gulf and the Burj Al Arab, which is the iconic sailboat looking hotel in Dubai. Also the Burj Khalifa, which is the tallest building in the world. That's where our gala is being held in the Armani Hotel, like Giorgio Armani, in the Burj Khalifa. So that'll be really cool too. I'm just very excited to go. I can hardly contain my excitement.
Yeah, I could tell. Congratulations. That's fantastic. And I hope you have a great trip. I know you will. So tell us a little bit about what your plans are for the future.
So I defend my thesis on Monday, and if that goes well, then I'll get to graduate in December. So I'll graduate in December, and then like 2 days after graduation, I start my full-time job at Aerojet Rocketdyne as a systems engineer. So I'm really looking forward to that. I might come back and get my PhD someday, not closing any doors, not jumping in through them either, but definitely considering it, maybe a year off, and then I'll come back and get my PhD. And my boss at Aerojet has told me that he would allow me to continue my work on the MIPS if I did decide to get my PhD, and Aerojet would pay for it. So that's also a pro for that.
That's great. I just can't speak highly enough to the relevance of the work you're doing. We were talking before we started, was at a conference just a couple of weeks ago where national security space was a big participant. And of course, NTP and space nuclear power are big priorities, big topics for that community as well as the civil space community. So the work you're doing is really important and very relevant, and just fantastic work. Congratulations to you. Good luck defending your thesis, and have a great trip to IAC.
Thank you.
If you guys are willing, we're happy to take some questions.
Sure.
If you have any questions for Emily and Pete, we do have one from online. So, and forgive me if this is I'm the messenger, don't kill me. So what do you think about the use of nuclear energy reactors in rocket engines, and what kind of does that represent any kind of an ecological safety issue?
So this is not my expertise, but I will speak to this. So to my understanding, it is dangerous, but there are so many safety precautions put into place. Like if you follow all the safety procedures, it's going to be okay. The issue that we're facing is how do you test it? So we have one student in the lab looking into like ground testing for the nuclear thermal reactor. And that's proven to be quite an interesting topic. I don't know very much about it, but I'm an optimist, sometimes an optimist to a fault. And so I think that they'll figure out a way to test it safely and that we'll be able to go. Yeah, so I think it'll work out.
Excellent. Any audience questions? Oh, we got one over there. Alan, you got that?
Hi, Emily. It's nice that you're here today. Just a question on your MIPS system. Does it also produce or send heat, if you will, for power even during the time that the engine is thrusting?
The way I have designed it, the answer is no, because transients complicate everything. And so if you have it while it's on, then you also have to have it while it cools down. So right now, it's only designed to work on that low power idle mode in a steady state. But in the future, maybe, I mean, someone's going to take this over after I'm done with it, and who knows what they'll do with it.
Alan, Frank.
Oh, Frank. Below me, I can see him.
You are clearly a STEM education success model, and we often talk about the importance of exploration for STEM, and also science education STEM education in general. What got you here? Was there a single mentor or a teacher, or as Jim Green, the planetary sciences lead at NASA, former, used to call it, what was your gravity assist that got you into this trajectory?
I love this question. So I had a fantastic physics teacher in high school, and he encouraged me, my brother, and my sister to all pursue engineering. My sister is now a civil engineer for Nashville, the city of Nashville. I'm here, and my brother is at the University of Chattanooga, or University of Tennessee at Chattanooga. He wants to be a roller coaster engineer, which is so cool. So he really, Mr. Roberts really encouraged us all to do it. And then I went to Ole Miss and had just an abundance of great teachers there too. Dr. Hurlin was one of my favorites. I had him for many classes, and his classes were hard. I mean, they were hard, but like, and C in that class meant more to me than an A in another class, because it was difficult and I had to work for it, and it just meant more. So I got here because Mr. Roberts encouraged me to do it, and he saw promise in me. And then I also got to see my sister's success with engineering. And so that also encouraged me to do it. And then Ole Miss just solidified my passion for it and made it so like I enjoyed the challenge, and I decided like I wanted to do this forever. So yeah.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were done. Trying to catch.
Very great. Great to hear your story and everything else. Where are you publishing your paper at? Where will we find the results of this work?
So my most recent paper that I published for this was for the Propulsion and Energy Conference, or Propulsion and Energy Forum. They changed the name. Conference proceedings. But as far as journal articles, I have not written a journal article. I've not been approached to write one for publications, but I'm sure you can find this paper in the IAC conference proceedings.
Well, I would encourage you also to do it in the IIE.
Okay.
Civil and Industrial Engineers.
Okay.
Industrial and Systems Engineers. So, and I'd like you to consider including your backstory, the iterations that you went through, how you were encouraged. Give that backstory about how did you get here. Here are the results of it, but how did you get it? That'll be important for others as they read it and look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Great comments and questions. And, one other thing I wanted to note, you talked about modeling and sim, and modeling simulation is such an important part of what we do every day. And as we, from an industrial base, move very quickly to a full digital engineering environment, the skills you've learned and you're applying are really relevant to the near-term future of the industry. Again, congratulations, Emily.
Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us, and good luck to you.
Thank you very, very much, guys. Thank you. Yeah, so please do make sure that you, if you're at the lunch today, which I hope you all are, that you do take some time to look at the 8 finalist student posters. Just some incredibly impressive stuff. So we're catching up a little bit here, but so we'll get started with our next session. This one is called Policy and Regulation. You can't leave home without it, whether you want to or not. Thank you again to our full day sponsors, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and SpaceX. And our moderator for this session is Frank Slager, President and CEO for the Coalition of Deep Space Exploration, a past president of AAS, current board member of AAS, founder, initiator of this here event, and all around a half decent guy. So, and frequent questioner, yes. So panel, please take your seats and we'll get started. Thank you.
Come on down.
Here.
So I'll try to get started, and I'll try to be very brief in my remarks to kick this off, but I appreciate you coming to something that probably is often seen as being deadly dull, regulation, right? And usually something to be avoided. So I thought I'd start with a little history story here, which is, does anyone think they know what the first powered heavier than aircraft was? If it wasn't the Wright brothers, huh? So it was actually called the Langley Aerodrome. So there was a gentleman named, I don't know, I forget his first name, but Professor Langley, let's say. He was the chairman of the Smithsonian Institution in the 1800s, 1890s. And he was very involved in trying to solve the riddle of flight. And in 1896, after 10 years of research, he achieved the successful flight of almost a mile of a 16-foot long steam engine powered flying machine. He later tried to scale that up and with a person on board, and never could get it to work. And that was one of the reasons why, when the Wright brothers were looking at flying, people started saying, you know, you can't do that. It's impossible. Langley, who was one of the most brilliant men of his day, couldn't make it work. So fast forward ahead, obviously the Wright brothers, 1903, come up with their success. And I would note the Langley Aerodrome, although it flew, had very few attributes we would consider important to aircraft today. Most essentially, it wasn't controlled. It was just like you set this thing off and it went in a straight line kind of a thing. And so what you wind up with, you know, the Wright brothers and the development of controlled flight and aeronautics just kind of literally takes off, particularly after World War I, where thousands of aircraft were produced and where the technology really advanced rapidly. By 1931, you were starting to see the development of commercial air transportation. Aircraft companies such as the Fokker Company from the Netherlands were producing three-engine airliners that could carry a few people. And you were starting to see, you know, obviously a very expensive transportation mode, just like we're starting to see with, you know, commercial space transportation now. It was starting to take off. 1931 was, there was a gentleman named Newt Rockne. It's a really old, long time ago type of a thing now, almost 100 years. Rockne was probably one of the greatest football coaches of all time. He was nationally known for the work he had done at Notre Dame with the Fighting Irish. And he was really going to be the subject of a movie. And so he was flying out to Hollywood. And along the way, one of these Fokker trimotors fell apart in the air. And it turned out the wings were starting to delaminate because the adhesive they used in putting the plywood together, which basically was water soluble, and they flew through rain. Now think about that. By that time, there was absolutely no regulation out there. And planes were literally, it was not the only one. That's just the most famous one. Over 100,000 people came to his funeral, and the president declared a national day of mourning and all that kind of thing. So the nation literally mourned this death. And what it caused was the development of the Civil Aviation Administration Authority, I think it's administration, the CAA, which is the predecessor to the FAA. Over the years, they came up with requirements like, you know, put your plane together in ways that it doesn't fall apart in the rain, you know, help promote things like, you know, metal fuselages and metal use of structures in the wings and that sort of thing. Today, we have a system where literally billions of people a year travel worldwide on one of the safest transportation methods known to man. And I would say that that's directly because of the kind of regulation and oversight that was put in place that started following that tragic loss in 1931. So now we're coming into the space age, and this panel here is going to hopefully start looking at basically some of the issues associated with space regulation, current issues, what we can learn from the regulatory history we have now, which started in 1983 when the United States passed a Commercial Space Launch Act that gave the responsibility to the FAA to start licensing and making sure that the vehicles were going to be flying safely for that launch vehicles. These are uncrewed launch vehicles at that time, but uncrewed systems would not be endangering public safety or interfering with the national airspace. And needless to say, we're at record levels of both domestic launches as well as now starting to see commercial passenger flights happening. So it's a great topic for a panel. We're at a great inflection point where we're starting to really grow this industry in ways that I don't think we would have anticipated mere 10 or 15 years ago. So I'd like to introduce this panel here today. I'm going to go in order here. And in keeping with Jim's guidance, I didn't ask for a bio or anything like that. I'm just going to read the titles and that sort of thing. So we've got Andrew Bunker to my left. He's the Director of Government Operations at United Launch Alliance and a very well-known figure on Capitol Hill. He knows Washington exceedingly well. Corinna Dries, President of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, who has a lot of aerospace background beyond that, with her background at the Mojave Spaceport in Southern California, not far from where I live. Wayne Monteith, who's the Associate Administrator for the Office of Commercial Space Transportation at the FAA and previously in the Air Force at the 45th Space Wing. And then last but not least, Janet Starzyk, our Vice President for Government Relations at Virgin Orbit. So I'll start with Andrew, and we'll just go down the line, and we'll try to leave some time for questions at the end.
Thanks for that introduction, Frank. Really appreciate the plug, and also a really good start to everything we're going to talk about today. The first thing I wanted to start with, and I apologize, I could not get it uploaded to the slides quickly enough because I just saw it yesterday, but I was at a local watering hole the other day, and in the restroom, there was this poster. You can Google it right now. It's the Life magazine from 1966. It's the one with this beautiful picture of Gemini approaching Agena, getting ready to dock in orbit. And it says, oh, the most beautiful pictures from Earth. That's the headline of the magazine. And then at the very top, and I want to make sure I'm quoting this completely right, in very fine print, it says, first line, growing clutter of space trash, progress towards space law. And this is in 1966. So surely in 50 plus years, we have this all figured out. It was pretty interesting to see that. And I think that's going to be a novelty in DC someday. So if we go to the next slide, what I'm going to tell you about today is how ULA's approach to these challenges has changed. So United Launch Alliance, I think everyone in Huntsville kind of knows us by now. We are up the road at Decatur and have a really cool manufacturing facility if you haven't had the chance to see it. We are a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed, and we were formed in 2006. At that factory, we traditionally have made 3 different rockets, the Delta IV, the Atlas V, the Delta II. The previous version of ULA primarily was concerned with our federal government customers. So when it came to how civil and commercial, especially commercial regulations impacted us, we had a very different view than you're going to learn about how we're looking at these things today. Most of our missions were NRO, Air Force, NASA focused, and we're seeing that that's changing quite a bit in the market. One thing I want to point out that we'll come back to later is that factory you're looking at that's a little over 2 million square feet of production capability. That was built to support 30 to 40 Delta IV medium cores a year. That's a lot of Delta launches that we didn't see. And again, this was back when I think the quote was, there are so many satellites going up because of Iridium being the trailblazer at the time that the skies would be blackened with satellites. So didn't quite come to fruition. And I'd like to talk about that a little bit later. The other things I'd point out, we have 2 pads on each coast. That's different than where we used to be. Again, we used to have 3 different lines of rockets. That's a lot of pads. It's a lot of operating costs. That makes things a little bit more challenging for commercial customers who don't have those unique needs. But in this era where we have more competitors in our space, we were able to become leaner. And so we've actually downsized the amount of pads that we're using, and that will further decrease in the future. If you look at that picture there, the production floor on the bottom left, I would just like to point out that you do see the Delta line on the left, Atlas line on the right, and then of course our brand new line, Vulcan Centaur, which will eventually be the only rocket we're making in that facility. So again, much more affordable but still reliable product. It's nice when we don't have to build 2 rockets and carry the entire assured access mission on our own. Next slide, please. So our big claim to fame, 145 missions. Oh, thank you. Knock on wood if it's around you, please. The most important mission, of course, is the next one, which lucky for you happens to be on Saturday. There's still time to book your flight. It is at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm sure everyone's already up at that time. I actually spared you a launch video today because you'll get to see one on Saturday morning. So we're looking forward to that. Very excited to see that mission come up. Next slide, please. So again, I talked about this a little bit, but this is sort of, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this slide already, how we are transitioning to a more competitive vehicle that is seeing more commercial usage. You see our heritage vehicles on the left there, and we like to brag about, oh, we've taken all the best parts of those vehicles, upgraded them, modified them, and put them into Vulcan, and made a lot of upgrades on how efficiently we're producing this vehicle and how we're maximizing the use of our factory space. Another thing we've done is brought a lot of our industry partners into the factory to help us support our needs right here on the ground in the Huntsville and Decatur area. That, again, is super efficient and making a more competitive and compelling vehicle for commercial customers. Next slide, please. So pretty pictures, all Vulcan focused. I don't know if all of you were able to catch the news, but we actually did a fueling test of Vulcan at the pad down at Slick 41 a few days ago. That's another cool thing we're doing with Vulcan. I believe, to my knowledge, that Slick 41 is the only launch pad right now that can support 2 entirely different families of vehicles with the Atlas and Vulcan Centaur launches. You're going to see over a period of time for a few years where we're launching Atlas missions out on the pad for our government customers and some of the commercial customers you've seen recently, and then switching that off and throwing Vulcan out there to launch the missions that are on that manifest as well. I think you've all seen the rocket ship before. It's actually here. It was here yesterday, so maybe you'll see it at some point while you're here in town. But that is our transportation system that gets the vehicles from here in Alabama to our launch pads. Next slide, please. It's just a little bit more discussion about the transformation, and really what we've been talking about is just, okay, we've really changed how we focus on our business. I mean, Vulcan Centaur was first and foremost a vehicle that was developed for national security space, but because that market has changed so much, we now have competition in national security space. We have another provider who can meet the assured access requirement along there with us. That enables us to have a vehicle that we can tailor to fit other customers' needs, and we're not carrying a whole lot of excess capacity that only the federal government is using. So a few of those are discussed here. Of course, we still carry some of our core competencies, our reliability, our customer focus. We don't build spacecraft, so if you launch on our vehicle, you're not going to be competing with us. Next slide, please. And then before we get into the fun regulatory slide, this is just the last one I'd like to point out. Again, this is a snapshot in recent years of some of ULA's commercial sales. And this really dwarfs the commercial missions you saw early in ULA's history. Again, when Atlas and Delta were built, I think most folks in this room are familiar, it was commercial business all around. The government was going to be a small buyer on the margins. And it turned out, unfortunately, that is not the case. So commercial markets sort of lay dormant for a while, and now we are seeing that come back. And I'd also like to point out, it's not just we're seeing pure commercial missions. We're seeing the government contract for launch in a different way. So commercial crew and commercial cargo, those are FAA licensed launches. So we have to treat that as a commercial mission. It's not just an FAA license we have to get. We have to go get a special temporary authority from the FCC to actually communicate with the rocket. So everything that we're doing is looking more and more commercial, even if the end user of that mission is still the US government, which is why what we're talking about today has such a strong impact on ULA and the entire industry. Next slide, please. So here's the topic slide of the thrilling discussion on regulatory and policy. So a lot of these, if you've been following discussion in DC on space policy, these are a lot of buzzwords that you're probably familiar with. I think the one that everyone's talking about right now, again, back to the space debris, is space situational awareness, space traffic management. I think that everyone seems to be on the same page that we need to get moving with that now. And there's been a lot of effort on that in DC, on the Hill, a lot of movement from Senate Commerce Committee and House Science Committee to try to address these issues. There's still work to be done, and I think others will have more to say on that too, but it's going to be a collaborative approach, and it's really important with the amount of satellites we're all launching into space right now. Airspace integration. So this one's kind of funny because in the space world, I think some of us are sort of, oh, the pilots and the airlines are worried that we're going to be launching a couple hundred times and that you'll never be able to fly a plane. And that's funny and ridiculous, but their concerns are quite valid, and they don't understand sometimes why we create launch windows the way we do. And previously, I don't think, and this is obviously on ULA to an extent, communicated with that community as well about why do we launch on the Thursday before Thanksgiving. It's not because we want to mess up your holiday travel. It's because the planets only happen to be aligned that way to get to Mars when we need to go there. And so there's been a lot of, thanks to the work of the FAA and previously the Airspace Integration Arc that brought these parties together. We've been trying to work through some of those issues. I think General Monteith will probably talk a little about the Space Data Integrator and how we're trying to make that work for the industry and for the pilots and airlines as well. But I think that community is only going to grow more impactful in this discussion over time, especially as we talk about more commercial passenger space flights and even debris that re-enters and may pose a threat to air traffic. Skip a few there. Well, human space flight safety. I mean, I think everyone's aware that we're under a sort of moratorium for enacting regulations on human space flight. You're probably going to see this discussion come up more as that deadline comes up at the end of 2023. This is really more for commercial passenger traffic. So, ULA supports human space flight, but we're not doing, the Virgin and Blue Origin missions that you've seen in the news. But we're very interested in this topic because we do, we want to make sure we approach this right, because when a bystander sees an accident and when it's on the evening news and they start telling their members of Congress, this is horrible, how could you let them do this? And then the FAA has to come in and regulate because there was an accident and set standards. We're going to have a lot less leverage than if we make sure we approach this the right way now. So it might be some more discussion on that too. Skipping down, the one of the near-term actions that's happening right now, we've done the space launch and reentry licensing piece, and we're going through some advisory circulars right now. Back to FCC, spectrum for commercial launches. I think a lot of people don't know that there is a major overhaul going on at the FCC right now. Again, we currently talk to the rocket by getting this special temporary authority, and it's good for 6 months and one launch. And the launch industry seems to be relatively united on this, that we'd like a better process for it. But again, the FCC, is sort of new to how range deconfliction works and some of the challenges we face as launch providers. And so we're working through a process right now. There's all kinds of fascinating comments you can read on the FCC's docket right now about how we're looking at this. But I think that's going to be vitally important to the commercial launch industry moving forward. And then, you can read the sticker standard bullet points on, what do we have to do to be successful? But the one that I want to talk about, and our CEO Tori Bruno talks about this a lot, is that writing rules and regulations is great, and having rules of the road are very important. But in order for it to all work, we have to have enforcement. If no one is willing to back up the rules that are being promulgated, it will encourage future operators. I don't think this is a huge problem today, but there will be operators down the road who say, well, if they had no consequences for that, why can't I just break the rules? And I think everyone here is aware that in certain parts of the space industry, if we break the rules, there could be consequences for many years to come. So that's just kind of a snapshot of what we're looking at ULA and why this is becoming more and more an important topic to us. And with that, I'll pass it on to Karina.
I've got just a couple of slides here. First of all, thank you so much to AAS and to Frank for the kind invitation to participate in this panel today. Talk about something that I'm very passionate about, which is the commercial space industry. So as Frank mentioned, before coming to CSF, I was out in Mojave for almost 10 years. Which was sort of a good training exercise for me, just to really understand what the industry is all about, to understand the importance of integrating into the national airspace system, to understand the difference in vehicle type and the importance of the industry, I think, overall. So I've been at CSF now for just under a year. And for those of you who aren't familiar with CSF, we are the national leading trade association for the commercial space industry. We started out with roughly 10 members 15 years ago. We've grown to 90 members in that 15-year period. And we've really kind of evolved from just this, launch focus association to a real ecosystem of space organizations. And so the mission has also evolved. And, not only are we here to advocate for policy and regulation for the industry, but we're here to promote the industry for students as well, encourage STEM participation in universities, because we really want the industry to help groom the next generation of scientists and engineers. And that's one of the key focuses of the CSF as well. So go ahead and go to the second slide, and I'll talk a little bit more about this ecosystem and how we've evolved. So as I mentioned, when we started out with roughly 10 member companies and grown to the 90 member companies that now employ over 75,000 people across the US. And it's pretty wide ranging at this point. There were, for a number of years, aerospace was just focused on a couple of key geographical areas. And we've really grown the industry, not we, but the industry has really grown across the entire country. So I think, to me, this is one of the more exciting things about the industry is it's not just concentrated in certain states or certain areas anymore. So in addition to the launch companies and spaceports, a lot of the companies under CSF are Earth observation companies, remote sensing, satellite manufacturers, on-orbit services, which is another really exciting element of the industry and what's happening in orbit, research and development firms, of course, and universities, and venture capital firms. One of the Space Capital published some data recently. I'll just provide a couple of highlights here on the investment environment for the space industry. And they've determined that nearly or just more than $230 billion of investment has been made worldwide in the space industry, and almost half of that coming just from the United States. And those investments are in more than 1,600 unique firms. So I think, to me, this is a real testament to the industry has arrived. The venture capital community is generally very risk averse, and for them to say that the industry is here and it's valid, it's got great market potential. That's where I see that validation really shining through. Let's see. We do think this trend is going to continue increasing as the demand increases, as technology improves, as other countries are coming online with space programs and increasing their space programs as well. So we do see this trend continuing within the United States. Go ahead and go to the third slide, and I'll talk a little bit about the regulatory environment. Some of this is a repeat from what Andy just went through, so I won't go into great detail on some of this. But the graph here represents the FAA license launches over that roughly 10-year period and the growth of those launches. You can see the blue. So we kind of did this graphic for our own purposes, but this represents, a significant increase in commercial launches that are licensed under the FAA AST over that roughly 10-year period. So that increase is, again, kind of a testament to that demand that we're seeing continuing to increase. This trend doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. We work very closely with AST. And again, I won't cover the regulatory items in too much detail because that's where Wayne will provide that expertise much better than I can. But we really consider our regulator a partner to the industry. And that's something that's been really unique, I think, about the commercial space industry is the close partnership that the industry's had with AST over the years. They're dual mandated not only to regulate, but to encourage, facilitate, promote. And I think it's really helped the industry get to this point where it is today. When we think about regulation, it's obviously what Frank covered earlier, talking about the importance of regulation to keep people safe, and especially the uninvolved public safe, which is AST's focus area. It's important that we are mindful of not stifling innovation along the way. So as the industry continues to grow and develop, one of the things that we're focused on right now, and this is all of industry, this isn't a CSF effort, is human spaceflight standards. So the entire industry has gotten together to help develop these industry consensus standards, which hopefully will feed into the regulatory environment for human spaceflight in the future. That's a big focus area right now of the industry. And the more flights we do, the more we learn, the more we can develop these standards together. And that's really what our main focus is right now as an industry. We're also just now starting to see the launch and reentry regulation. A lot of operators that have not been subject to this regulation will be very soon. And I imagine Wayne will talk a little bit more about that as well. And in addition to my role at CSF, I'm currently the vice chair for the ComStack. The ComStack is the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee, and we're the advisory group to the industry advisory group to AST. So there are several tasks that AST gives to the ComStack every year. We work on those tasks as an industry association or as an industry committee and provide recommendations back to AST. And there are several regulatory items that we're working on as well right now. So regulatory working group is one of 3 working groups that are under the ComStack right now. One of the other focus areas we have is under Part 440, which is financial responsibility. And that's one of the things that we're looking at right now. When that regulation was written at FAA several years ago, There were a lot of things in the industry that didn't exist in the industry at the time. So the industry has kind of evolved beyond what 440 was meant to represent several years ago. And that's why we're taking another look at that now. And then down the road, one of the things that ComStack will take a look at is spaceport regulatory reform. So coming from Mojave, I was mostly familiar with the Part 420 being under a spaceport license, and participated in an ARC effort several years ago now to take a look at the spaceport licensing process. So that's another focus area that we'll look at under ComStack. I think I'll leave it there for now and look forward to your questions here in a few minutes.
First off, Frank, thanks for the invitation. It's great to be back in Huntsville, but I do have to take exception with your open. I am shocked that being the government's regulator is not like the sexiest, coolest job in all of government. I don't know how I'm going to take that going forward, but it may not be the sexiest, coolest job, but it is arguably one of the most important jobs that we have. And so I was asked to, start off with why the FAA, and Frank talked a little bit about it, but why is the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, involved in commercial space transportation? Slide, please. Well, since this is a NASA heavy event, I thought I'd start off with a NASA story. And it goes back to Deke Slayton. And Deke Slayton was a co-founder of a company called Space Services Incorporated. And they tried to launch a rocket, first commercial rocket back in 1982. And what they found was about a dozen government organizations that could say no, but nobody that could actually say yes. They even had to go to the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms because they had a rocket. And who on earth commercially would launch a rocket? So our office was stood up under the Department of Transportation in 1984 and eventually moved over to the FAA, which is under the Department of Transportation. And we licensed our very first launch in 1989. So since 1989, we have now licensed 417 launches. So what does my office actually do? Well, by statute, we operate under US Code Title 51. By statute, we're tasked with protecting the public property, national security, and foreign policy interests of the United States. And as Karina mentioned, we also have a second half of our statutory mandate, and that's to encourage, facilitate, and promote the U.S. commercial space transportation industry. So I regulate safety. I don't regulate mission assurance. I don't regulate mission success. Regulate safety. For a US company, either launching US soil, or if it's US flag company anywhere in the world, for example, Rocket Lab launching out of New Zealand, falls under my regulatory responsibilities. I also want to touch on real briefly, we can go to the next slide, please, what we're seeing in the industry. And Karina touched on this on the launch cadence. So if you just go back one decade, we licensed one launch for the entire year. And that wasn't even launched in the continental United States. It was launched off with a sea launch program in the Pacific. So one launch for the entire year. As a former Air Force budget individual, I think in 5-year cycles. So if you look at from 2011 to 2016, we went from one launch a year to a launch about every 5-6 weeks or so. So we went from 1 a year to 11 a year, and it was pretty static through there. And then we started seeing a real surge in commercial activity. The number on the far right, the 43 plus, I use plus now because I can't keep up, depending on when I'm speaking. So with yesterday's launch, we're now at 44 for this calendar year. So to put that kind of in perspective, last fiscal year, and I can talk about fiscal year because we just closed out, and that's the fiscal year 2021, which ended 30 September. So fiscal year 2020 was our busiest year ever, 31 license launches. Fiscal year 2021, we closed out with 59 launches, almost a 100% increase year over year. Now, if you look at from 16 to 21, my office is increased staffing wise about 16%. My budget has increased about 50%, and my launch cadence 460+%. So where am I going with this? If you take one thing away from this, business is booming. And we do not want to be the inhibitor. We talked about innovation, the inhibitor to industry. Regulate public safety, and only to the extent necessary, which is also in my statute. So as these numbers ramp up, I'll go back to what Andy talked about with airspace integration. And there is a horrible narrative out right now from a regulatory perspective and from the aviation side of the industry on how disruptive space transportation is to the aviation industry. So I'll take you back to 2019 because that was the last full year we had as FAA for traffic in the National Airspace System, or the NAS. So if you look at IFR, Instrument Flight Rule flights that were controlled through the FAA, which all of the commercial aviation industry falls under, the FAA processed 10,390,030 launches. 10 million, not launches, flights, 10 million flights. Of those, about 6% were diverted for something, mostly weather. But weather, temporary flight restrictions because the president flew somewhere, but mostly weather. About 586,000 flights could not take their direct Great Circle route from point to point. Of those 586,000, 1,745 were directly related to space. So if you just take that on the number of diverts, it represents about 0.3%. If you look at it from the total number of flights, it's not even worth doing the math. But the narrative is this is hugely disruptive to the aviation industry. Now, there's another way to do the numbers, and statistics lie and liars use statistics. So we'll jump right into it. And that's mileage. And that's additional miles that the aviation industry has had to fly. So of the 5.8 billion miles that were flown in the NAS in 2019, about 262 million or so additional miles were flown for diverts. Now, because an average divert is about 400 miles and an average divert for space is about 50 miles, now we're down to 0.04% of just the miles that were diverted. So we're looking at, of the 5.8 billion miles flown in the NAS, 88,000 can be directly attributed to space. We have a story problem here as we press forward that we're going to have to deal with. But this is not going away. We believe that within the next couple of years, we're going to be at over 100 launches, licensed launches a year. I joined the FAA 2.5 years ago. I just said we had 417 launches. Over 1/4 of those have occurred since I joined the FAA, just in the last 2.5 years. Slide, please. So we talked about the regulatory environment. Most of the regulations that I operate under are about 20 years old. Some of them are exceptionally prescriptive. So we tell you what the requirement is, and we tell you how to meet the requirement. Under the last administration, we were directed to streamline our launch and reentry regulations, which we did, about a 7-year effort that we accomplished in 2.5 years with the help of industry and our government partners. And we moved from a prescriptive environment to a performance-based environment, which means we tell you the requirement, you tell us how you're going to solve the requirement, which is really pretty cool. It takes 4 primary regulations and puts them into a single regulation for launch and reentry, so we can handle the entire industry. And the other thing that we're doing, not only cutting red tape, but we're using what's called advisory circulars. Regulation change will take anywhere from 3 to 7 years to actually do. An advisory circular, we can publish that within a couple of months, and that can continually update and refresh. And one of the things that we're also doing, so I really enjoyed the previous presentation, we're also developing guidelines for government on commercial nuclear propulsion and heating systems for the commercial space transportation industry. Moving it out of the Department of Energy, which is potentially a 5 to 7 year process to get approval, and moving at the speed of business. In the future, we're going to be working on financial responsibility. We're also going to be working on debris. And so a lot of things on our plate going forward in the regulatory business. Next slide. So I can tell you there was no person that was more happy or happier than I was yesterday when Captain Kirk got on the Blue Origin vehicle and he was not wearing a red shirt. So this is what keeps me up at night. And so tremendous progress in commercial human space transportation. And it's exceptionally exciting to see that we've got these companies now really doing things that 5 years ago we could only imagine, and most people thought would never happen. But the interesting thing here is, as Andy alluded to previously, is I only regulate parts of this. And so I regulate public safety right now. When we were given the statutory authority in 2004 to regulate passenger safety, it was immediately put into abeyance, a moratorium, or what we call a learning period. 17 years later, we're still in the learning period. I'm not sure what we're trying to learn, but as a nation, we accept an exceptional level of risk in this area. In other words, to put it in perspective, on the Inspiration 4 mission, notionally a 72-hour mission, I regulated the first 12 and a half minutes, and I regulated the last 3 hours. The 69 hours or so in between were completely unregulated. So under the construct that we operate under now, informed consent, I'll tell you it's dangerous. And I can tell you that the vehicle is operated at least once in the environment it's supposed to be in. I can't tell you there's enough oxygen on board. I can't tell you that the seatbelts work. I can tell you the vehicle will not implode, should not implode during flight, but I can't certify the safety of the vehicle. So it's something that's going to have to be addressed sometime between now and when the moratorium sunsets in October 2023, if it does. But other than that, it's cool to be a regulator. And I look forward to your questions. Janice, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janice Starzyk from Virgin Orbit. So if we can go to the next one, I have a video, but I'm going to ask you to turn the volume down so I could talk over it and stay in time. Okay. If we can get that rolling. Ooh, maybe not. So Virgin Orbit is an air launch system. It is a 2-stage liquid propulsion rocket that's launched from the wing of a 747. It's okay, don't worry about it. So we had our first successful launch on our second attempt in January of this year. It was the Alana 20 mission for NASA. We launched out of Mojave, California, Karina's former home, and launched all 12 payloads into a 500 kilometer circularized orbit within 2 kilometers each. Really perfect injection, and it was an incredibly exciting day. This was our second mission, Tubular Bells, which was our first operational mission in June of this year for DoD. We had 7 payloads on this one, again to a 500 kilometer circular orbit within a couple of kilometers for each of those payloads, and I think 0.02 degrees of inclination on target. So incredibly exciting year for us. I'm sorry that we can't see the video because I've seen it a million times and I still get choked up looking at it. But it's been a tremendous year for us, and to go from many years of development into operations and taking the system forward. We can go to the next one. Look at the system itself. So an air launch system, it's launched from a 747. This is Cosmic Girl, our first aircraft. It is a former aircraft we acquired from Virgin Atlantic. So it flew many years on a transatlantic route. We completely gutted it. So the inside is basically just a platform on the main level to remove weight. The wings were reinforced, and the pylon where the rocket is held is where the 5th engine for 747 wiring is. So we have a pylon there that mechanically releases the rocket. So the rocket's there under the wing, and what you see in front of it is the entire ground support system. So this is our first generation of the ground support equipment. It was designed for road transport between Long Beach, our factory, and Mojave. where we launch. And all of this was essentially trailerized to make it mobile. We're in the process of building our second generation of ground support equipment that is designed to fit inside the aircraft. So our next aircraft that we're currently in the process of acquiring will be able to take all of the GSE and 2 rockets to any spaceport in the world. We can launch basically from any airport that can support a 747. We need about 8,000 feet of runway, and we need about that much concrete, to handle the operations. So it's a very unique system in that it can be very easily transported to other places and to other spaceports. If we go to the next slide. This is a chart from Bryce Tech on the current active and proposed spaceports around the world. There's a lot of dots on here, a lot more dots than there are vehicles. That said, this map is going to get a lot more crowded. There's a lot of countries without that capability. There's currently only 9 countries with orbital launch capability, and there's over 80 who have launched their own spacecraft. So a system like ours makes it very feasible for them to be able to launch that from their own territory. And we expect to see a lot more dots coming onto this map in the near future. We're also proud that we got to change the Mojave from a suborbital to an orbital spaceport this year. Our launch in January is the first orbital launch from there. Go to the next slide. So this is our spaceport map so far. So there in California, it's Mojave, our main spaceport. Our next spaceport that will be activated next year is in Cornwall in the UK. We are planning to launch from there in June of next year. We have announced agreements with Brazil at Alcântara. Again, we can launch from Brazil with no additional infrastructure than what's there now, which is a unique situation for that particular spaceport. And Japan and Italy. We also are planning to do a DoD mission from Andersen Air Force Base in Guam. But again, this map is going to get more crowded soon too. So we go to the next one here. Just looking at some of the partnerships. So on the upper left there, that's when we actually brought the spaceport to visit the general. So in April of this year, we actually flew Cosmic Girl to Spaceport America to meet with General Raymond and talk about the system. I'm pretty sure that's the first time that the spaceport ever came to the general. But then you'll see there in the second picture, our mission Tubular Bells was primarily a DoD mission. It also hosted through the STP program the first payload for the Royal Netherlands Air Force. They were super excited about that, and they plan to be on one of our launches next year as well. And that bottom left picture, so we have currently a full-scale rocket in Cornwall. This is Boris Johnson in front of the rocket at Spaceport Cornwall for the G7 earlier this year. That rocket, which was put together from parts of different development pieces, actually came from our factory. Why build a model when you have a factory? And we shipped it over there for purposes of the G7, but also to prove out some operations there. And it's still there today. They have an exhibit set up where I have to say Cornwall has done a fantastic job in not only developing the region through the spaceport, but using it for inspiration and inspiring STEM education in particular. So this has been set up as a public exhibit, as a museum at the spaceport right now, where they have the rocket and hardware from the other partners that are coming to operate from the spaceport, doing a life of the satellite. And it's been open to the public for 2 months. And they also bust in all of the school kids from Cornwall to come and see it as well. We also had some payloads from a Polish commercial customer on Tubular Bells. And they'll be on our next mission as well. But we've been very busy internationally. This is a unique opportunity to bring a spaceport capability to another country with very minimal investment. So Virgin has put about $1 billion into the system. It's all privately financed to get it to operational, to the operational state it's in now. And now countries who have some small programs may not be able to invest that kind of money, but they don't have to because we've done it. So we're working on bringing that capability to their shores as well. So we go to the next slide. We can talk about how that's done. The first step in bringing a launch system abroad is export. We need a technology safeguards agreement with the host country. This is a bilateral agreement between the US negotiated by the State Department and the host country. There were 3 of those agreements kicked off, the negotiations kicked off over the last 3 months. There are 3 to 4 more countries who are in the process of asking for those negotiations to kick off. That's more than double, the number of TSAs we've ever negotiated. So this is quite a bit more active. And I say it's bilateral. This is really the US dictating the non-proliferation aspects of bringing a system like this to another country. So making sure that we're able to control this and making sure it doesn't go anywhere else. Then once the TSA is in place, you can execute your export licenses to actually bring those launches to another country. Now, when I talk about export too, another benefit to doing a system like this of bringing a US system abroad is it is a non-proliferation tool. So these countries that may want to start developing their own systems or want to have the capability but don't have it today, they can bring in a US system through a TSA agreement and have that capability without further increasing proliferation efforts in other regions. We've been doing a lot with state on this. They're very excited to have this now as an option in their negotiations with other countries. So now we get to regulation, which Wayne has already introduced so well. And all I can say is it's really hard because we do have to be licensed by the FAA, and we will continue to be so. And most of these countries have never done this before. So they're starting from scratch, and they have to do a regime that's going to be interoperable with the FAA licenses, because we can't have be held to the FAA standards and then have something that contradicts that in the local standards. The FAA has been tremendously helpful in trying to help these countries get to a place that they can have an interoperable system, and to help educate these players on how to do this well. And obviously we have more experience in the US than anyone else in doing this, and we can share that experience with them in doing it efficiently. There are parts of it that have to be done locally or should be done locally. When you talk about environmental assessments and safety, that is more of a local concern than it should be dictated from outside. But the FAA has also been really helpful in helping them understand what that means for them and how to regulate that. So I think, right now the Pathfinder has really been the UK and working through that system. They just opened up for licenses at the end of July. We have one in the works that we're hoping will support our launch from next year, from June and next year. So our launch in June is already so directly focused because it is being planned around the Queen's Jubilee. So lots of drivers to keep to that schedule. And it's also very exciting because it's going to be a joint allied mission. So the primary payloads are from the Space Force and from the UK RAF. And then we have other allied missions joining it. So we have another payload from the Netherlands Air Force and from Luxembourg, and others are bringing payloads forward because they want to be a part of it, which is very exciting. Right now, as everyone I think has alluded to, working with international partners has become more important to our administration, and also from a military side. So we're talking about the ability to do interoperable and cooperative systems with our allies. We are able to do a responsive launch with a system like this, where you can have a distributed system and launch from anywhere, do something a little bit more in the unpredicted and unwarned area, and it becomes a good deterrent for keeping space from becoming a more contested domain. So these are all things that are working together with a system that was, initially designed specifically for the commercial market, but is expanding to support other governments as well.
Thank you. We start with an opening question and try to pull some of these themes together. And it kind of goes back to my opening story, which was, you think about the steam engine. Would have been the right, would not have been the right time to try to regulate when you're trying to take the steam engine technology and set up rules for future aircraft, right? So on the other hand, by the 30s, it was clearly time. So it sounds to me like both the FAA and the Commercial Spaceflight Federation and in their process of developing industry-led standards are working towards something. Can you two talk a little bit about how you might see this coming together in terms of, what happens in the civil aviation world is the FAA is the regulator, but they don't impose standards on industry. Industry develops that themselves. And that's now what CSF is starting to do. Maybe talk a little bit about how that integration may be starting to come together in a way that by the time of that 2023 expiration of the grandfathering or the grace period, how can that play out, or how do you anticipate it will play out?
Just a quick clarification. So the effort, I probably caused this confusion, but the effort is actually not through CSF, it's through ASTM, which is a standards making body. So I just want to make that quick clarification. Standards has been a topic within the industry for years. And I think the industry made very little progress on standards for such a long time because there just wasn't a lot of activity. And so now that there's activity, things are really picking up. So ASTM has now published 4 standards. They are largely based on the FAA's recommended best practices for industry, which is another important aspect of how the industry works together to develop some of these standards. And over the next 2 years, I think it's going to be a real focus area. Not necessarily, I mean, I guess probably the timelines sort of align, but I think the effort for standards right now has just largely been because the activity is picking up. So just want to make that quick clarification.
As I mentioned earlier, I think it's just a matter of time before we end up regulating and, more in depth in commercial human spaceflight. And I think there are probably a couple of different drivers, and I'm not sure Congress is ready to change the regulatory construct yet. But from my perspective, one of a few things will drive this. Number one could be cadence. I don't know if that's 50, 100, 500 launches a year, but cadence is likely to drive it because at some point at $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 a ticket, you're going to want some assurance that you're going to come back safely, and not just that your family on the ground is going to be safe, but you actually want to come back. And when you look at the FAA model, in the last 12 years on the commercial aviation industry, we've had one tragic loss. One individual has lost their life. So for our industry, we won't get to the, quite get to the numbers, but we've had 0 fatalities on the uninvolved public. We have had one involved with an involved individual. So it's going to happen. It's not if, it's when. So it's either cadence or it could be quantity. How many different companies? Our companies today are safe. That doesn't mean all future companies will be as safe as our current companies. And then the final one, quite frankly, is our worst day, a catastrophic event. And depending on who's on board will drive probably the energy and the emotions involved in it. If it is somebody, a high visibility celebrity, there are probably going to be calls for regulations immediately, or shortly after the FAA has asked why we didn't do more. And so it's coming at some point. We want to get started sooner rather than later, so we have the time to operate, time to work with industry, to develop these, an appropriate performance-based regulatory construct that will handle everything from a winged vehicle to a traditional type vehicle. Will handle all the current systems that we use today. I don't think we need to wait until warp drive or flux capacitors come into existence, because I've heard we need to wait for more technology. I'm not sure what we're waiting for, or as I said earlier, what we're still trying to learn. But one thing that I did learn in our development of Part 450, that new streamlined launch and reentry licensing requirements rule, which is a mouthful, that new performance-based regulation is, if you want it bad, you'll get it bad. It took a Herculean effort to get that through. And a lot of that was due to we did not have time for enough industry involvement. So the more time we've got, the better the product will be. But mark my words, my crystal ball says a regulation is coming at some point.
Any questions from the audience?
One thing I didn't hear about in some of the discussion here is environmental regulations. And we've seen that come up with Spaceport Camden in Georgia, now Boca Chica in Texas. I'm curious, are there any prospects for any sort of regulatory streamlining or reform when it comes to the environmental aspect of regulating spaceports and licenses? Or are your hands tied by what NEPA says you have to do?
I think this is referred to as the third rail. You don't want to talk about this or Social Security reduction. So let me take an attempt at that. So first off, protecting the environment is critically important. All right. One of the most important functions of my responsibility, or one of the most important responsibilities I had as the commander of the 45th Space Wing down at Cape Canaveral was protecting endangered wildlife from snowy plovers and scrub jays to turtles. So it's exceptionally important. However, I think there's got to be a balance. And so if there is a reason not to launch or not to have a spaceport from everywhere in the United States, as a nation, we have to decide then where. If it's not in what appears to be a remote location, then is it Brazil? Is it Australia? I'm not sure the Department of Defense or NASA want to launch from another country on a regular basis. So I think you're going to have to find that balance. Again, regulations are important. We are tied, our hands are tied a little bit with that, with NEPA. But I can tell you, we follow the NEPA rules, but it is the longest pole in the tent when we look at licensing. We are, by statute, I'm given 180 days to determine whether or not, or to make a decision on a license, a launch license. But what it doesn't talk about is what we call pre-application, the work that goes in up front, which is where we go through the environmental process, which can take up to 5 years to make it through. And so we're seeing that in Camden. We're seeing that right now again in Boca Chica. I believe there was just another lawsuit, or the first lawsuit filed yesterday about operations down there. We've got to work through it. Otherwise, we do run the risk of significantly impacting the ability of this industry to move forward and continue to lead the world.
Hi, thanks for the perspectives today. A question for you. Given that we're in, I think, what I would call the great power competition of our time within space, economic competitiveness and national security are intertwined. So a question for you, I guess, on policy. What is happening with respect to regulating, or at least setting policy with respect to foreign influence on private investment in various companies and perhaps in the supply chain itself as we are trying to develop this capability? Any comments there? Thank you.
Andy, you want to start?
Sure. All right, that's thank you for that question. Really relevant right now. So that is one of the big challenges, unfortunately, with sort of the commercial boom we're seeing is money comes from all over the place. And a lot of times when folks, and this is not space specific, when people are starting to get their rounds of funding early on, they may not have the due diligence or ability to figure out where that's coming from. And especially, I think it's fair to say there are a lot of companies in our industry who start out thinking, well, I'm going to be purely commercial. I don't need to worry about any restrictions on, where my funding comes from because I won't be contracting with NASA or DoD, and then realize eventually, actually, I think this is going to be a core part of my business because space is still sort of primarily driven by government needs today. The DoD has tried to tackle this with, I'm going to get the name wrong. I think it's the Trusted Partner Capital Program or Trusted Capital Program, where they sort of identify, hey, here are venture capitalists, sources of funding that are interested in this topic, and we have vetted them and they are good for you to use. That is a great program. And I should point out, of course, we ULA, we don't seek out venture capital, so we haven't used that program, but everything I've read about and heard from others is that that's a great program, and more focus there would be good. I think I'm not aware that NASA has a similar program, but I think that would be very beneficial for them to also explore that, and I'm sure they're working with the DoD already. But if I were somebody who were looking to be nefarious in the supply chain or in the investment piece, I probably would start by looking at the NASA angle rather than the Department of Defense angle. So I think it's important that we shore up that sort of due diligence in all aspects of our contracting, but others might have different thoughts.
So from a regulatory perspective, we actually do look at that. And so there's a couple of things. By statute, I'm required to look at foreign ownership of our license applicants. And then as part of the license application process, every single license application goes through an interagency review, government interagency review. Department of Defense, Department of Commerce, Department of Justice, Department of Treasury, NASA, everybody takes a look. And so each of us has something slightly different we're looking at, but we take all of those interagency inputs and then make a final license determination. When it comes to light that there may be a foreign ownership, foreign investment issue or concern, we go into what we call a toll period. So essentially we stop the license evaluation process, because remember, I got 180 days. And so if we're confident we can't reach that 180 days, we essentially go into a high-speed pause and then work with the other agency on how do we make it through that. And sometimes, and we've seen this relatively recently, they've got to change their CEO, they've got to change some of their investment stream, they've got to change out members of their board of directors, all to meet US regulatory requirements and concerns. And the companies that we've been working with so far have been very amenable to that, understanding that the alternative is you will not be licensed as a US entity. And so we do focus on that, but more for us, it's more at the, kind of the corporate, the system level or end product level, as opposed to the supply chain. We rely on our interagency partners to help us with that.
I can speak from one of the foreign-owned companies themselves. So Virgin is a US company. It's over 600 people in California. The components for the vehicle are about 99-point-something% US parts, but our ownership does go up to foreign entities, Virgin itself. So we have a US board for the company. We also have a mitigated entity for classified work. So it is a US company, and it is a domestic sourced rocket. It's all built in California. But the flip side of that too is, just earlier this year, the Commerce Department was putting out initiatives from the administration about bringing in foreign direct investment for specialized workforces. We are a prime example of that. When Virgin wanted to do this, they came to the United States because that's where the skilled workforce is, and that's where they could get this done. So it's been a huge opportunity to bring in foreign direct investment for high-skilled, high-wage jobs.
We do have one online question, and if we could give a quick answer, because we're already running a little late, but this one has to do with what Jeff's question was on the environment, and it also goes back to Pete and Emily's discussion. Nuclear, is there environmental regulation having to do with any nuclear materials for propulsion or otherwise?
So right now, what I talked earlier about, we're developing guidelines that will hopefully streamline, the current Department of Energy regulatory approval guidelines, but that is factored in. And so right now, from a broad perspective, we're essentially just treating it hazardous waste. And how do you deal with a catastrophic event? And what should the standards be? And so we are developing those potential standards, which may at some point shift from guideline to regulation. Regulation, of course, being much more thorough, lengthy process. but it's also industry dependent. You know, we're looking at, you know, nuclear propulsion is not quite there yet. You know, heating systems and those are. And so we're really kind of focused on that right now and looking at long-term where industry's needs going to be. So again, the regulator doesn't inadvertently become the inhibitor, and we can actually accelerate progress in the industry.
Very good. Well, big hand for our panel. Thank you very, very much. Very interesting stuff.
Get what, a 15-minute break?
Yep. Let's, yeah, to try to catch up a little bit, we're going to a break now. Let's try to make this a 15-minute break. So please come back in right around, let's call it 11:20 for a talk on HLS with Lisa Watson Morgan. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, guys. That was great. And Wayne, I never said I thought regulation was boring. I feared the crowd might think that. And the discussion certainly proved that not to be the case. So thank you all.
Handheld or that?
Rocket now. I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round again to find I'm not gonna barely think I am at home. Oh no, no, no.
Sign schedule, so let's see, at break. So this one I'll take to 15 myself. Take down Teledyne, yeah, we already did. Jacobs already did that, so you can just leave the rest as it.
The world's first cosmonaut. The first to open the door into the unknown. The first to step over the threshold of our homeland. The whole planet knew him and loved him.
Was it hazardous? Yes, it was. The first strides into the unknown were about to be made. The hero who blazed the trail to the stars.
was with Yuri Gagarin as he orbited the Earth 190 miles above us. And not so bad. I can see forests, rivers, cumulus cloud roll around. It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
At your disposal if you feel so inclined. We're gonna travel faster than light, so drop your overcoat tight and you go anywhere you want to decide. I'm a supersonic rocket ship. Nobody has to reach it. Nobody needs to be outside. Nobody's gonna travel second class. There'll be equality, no suppression of minority. Supersonic rocket ship. Take you on a little trip, my supersonic ships at your disposal if you feel so inclined. Nobody gonna travel second class, there'll be equality and no suppression of minority. Let me take you on a little trip.
And I told them 11:40. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Zoom a little zoom in the rocket ship. Off we go on a trip, heading for the moon at a rocket clip. We're gonna zoom, zoom, rocket. Zoom a little zoom, now we're almost free from the earth.
Ignition, and you have liftoff.
Somewhere past the edge of convention, beyond the boundaries of tomorrow, lies a special kind of impossible. A kind of impossible where pioneers forge ahead. where no idea is too bold and no challenge too great. Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible until it's not. And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known, to define possible.
So it's time again. One of the things that you guys should consider when we start chasing speakers for next year, if we are still in COVID protocols and wearing masks, or we're in flu protocols or some other protocols that say wear a mask, volunteer to be a speaker, because you get to take your mask off. And it's really, really a relief to do that. So I'm just going to mumble for a while until my body cools off. So welcome back to our VBExtra. I hope you enjoyed our videos from Boeing and Northrop and SpaceX. It was pretty obvious who they were from. So they are our full day sponsors. So thank you to our sponsors. There's several of them up around here. So next we have Lisa Watson-Morgan, and she's the HLS Human Landing Systems Program Manager at NASA. And she's going to talk with us for a while. Lisa?
All right, just mic check. Can you hear? Okay, great. Okay, if you could please start the slides. Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So I am Lisa Watson-Morgan. I'm the Human Landing System Program Manager. And so today I want to talk about a few things. First is perspective, in a way. And if you look at this moonscape behind me here in front of you, to me, it represents such a beautiful unity of all of society. And that's something that's very, very important to me. It's important to NASA. And if you were at the dinner last night, you heard Bob Cabana speak, the keynote speaker, and his whole theme was around unity and bringing us together. He also talked about this morning we had a tag up with him, and he talked about the vast darkness of space. And I want to come back to that at the end, because I think that too is very important. So from a human landing system standpoint, I think folks are pretty aware of what we're doing, but we're part of the Artemis campaign. And we are charged with returning humanity to the moon as quickly as we can, with the goal to stay. So that means bringing in that sustaining permanent presence, which is so important. And so to do that, we're doing it differently. I talked a little bit about perspectives at the beginning. And so we're taking the first woman and the first person of color. And NASA really represents the entire fabric of humanity. And so being able to be more inclusive and opening it up to where everyone can see themselves as a piece of this program, because they are. I think that's really what reaches people and helps with the science, technology, engineering, and math. And I'll add arts to that. So it'll even be STEAM. because it's important to be able to communicate, to tell your message, and to be able to reach people. So it is about trying something different. And so we have a very unique procurement approach. And that's important for NASA because, you know, looking at, you know, von Braun and what this symposium represents. In the past, we have been incredibly successful. And we want to build on those successes. So when folks say, well, this is a commercial services approach, sort of yes, sort of no. We are blending the best. And the best and going far means you team, means you do it together. So we're bringing in the best of government, the best of industry, and we're going to do this together. And that's how we're going to go far. Typically, I mean, as you're well aware, NASA writes a lot of requirements, and we're great at that, by the way. We have our SE&I manager, Kent Shinecki, right here in front of me. And he manages a team across the agency of experts who do know how to do this. And they're writing valiant, wonderful, you know, requirements. We're trying to keep them as narrow of a list as we can get because we want to still spur innovation because industry needs to make money on this because we eventually want them to commercialize the moon. And that's how we keep it in a sustaining mode. And that's how we then prepare to go to Mars, you know, which is naturally where humanity, you know, that's where we kind of want to end up. So it is about doing it differently. It is about pushing the envelope of technology. It's about using what we have, making some things better. And then it's about crossing these chasms with technology to where we can stay there the long haul. And I'll get into, we have a lot of different swim lanes of work, and I'll get into a lot of that later. But, you know, I think you are familiar with what we're calling Appendix H, Option A. And as you know, we are in a voluntary stay of performance. And what that means is it's under a protest, and NASA has agreed not to continue work on it for now. So I'm not at liberty to discuss a whole lot about that. But what I can say is we still had a very small number of requirements for that mission. And that was to get to the moon as expeditiously as possible. And so in doing that, we had 27 requirements. So NASA will not own the design. And that's where we're using that whole best of what industry can provide. And then we have the NASA experts there to help them, to help us, because I don't want it to be an us and them. I'm not a believer of the scarcity principle. I'm not. There's enough for all of us to be successful because it takes all of us unifying and pulling in our strengths and working together. Now, does that mean we agree all the time? Oh, no, of course not, right? But in your disagreements and in your discourse, that's when the best ideas prevail. And that's what diversity can do for you. Bringing in people who think differently, who look differently, who came from different backgrounds. And that is another aspect of what the Artemis suite of programs and the human landing system is about. And of course, naturally, it's about performing science, right? Because we go with humans to do the things that only humans can do. Because we're flexible creatures. Because I can tell you, bend down, pick up this rock and toss it and see what happens. So yeah, we can program some of that, but then in real time, if we decide to do something else, or we need to fix something via communication, as humans, we are amazingly adaptable. And so this is about human science. The collection, it's about getting that sustained presence there to do even additional science that will then change life back here on Earth. Because that's what NASA does. You know, we do this research, we innovate, and it's all to bring it back here and to make life better here on Earth. All right, next slide. So I did speak about this a good bit. It is about blending the best. And so we're bringing it all together. Next slide. Yes, and inclusion, of course. And I will get back to that at the end. Next slide, please. All right, so now I want to get through our swim lanes of work. And so from an HLS standpoint, we have 3 major areas of work content that we're doing. And all of this is with the premise of trying to, like a building block approach to get to the moon. And so Appendix H is what I mentioned early on. We had this amazing, what we called base period with 3 providers. We had SpaceX, we had Dianetics, and we had Blue Origin. And Blue Origin's team was comprised of Draper and Northrop and Lockheed. And we had an incredible time with them during the base period. We had to do a down select. We were able to award 1. And as I said, it is now in a voluntary stay of performance. But we have great hopes of being able to eventually start that. It's an incredibly important mission. We're going to learn a ton as we prepare for our services contract, which is the recurring services, you know, from the near rectilinear halo orbit down to the moon and receiving the crew from Gateway in our services mission. So that's going to be very exciting. Now, since we were able to award to 1 and we want to keep industry just ready, you know, ready to go, charged and ready to go. So we created a solicitation called Appendix N. We're real creative with these names, you know, Appendix H, N, E. We had E at the beginning. And there's nothing special about the names. It's just the letters that were available at the time. So Appendix N is a risk reduction campaign. What we did is we're creating, you know, as I talked about Kent Shanaki earlier and his requirements team, we're creating requirements for these sustaining missions. We're adding some requirements. So we're maybe around 37 right now. Last I said we had 27 for the initial mission. So we have increased it. You may think, well, why would they be adding them? Well, we got to stay longer. You know, I mentioned a more permanent presence, right? So staying longer, having more crew, surviving the night. There's so many nuances around humans of surviving the night and being able to do those things and stay longer. And so we are adding a few requirements. So Appendix N is this beautiful opportunity for us to work hand in hand with the 5 providers who we awarded contracts to in order to help understand. There's nothing like face-to-face communications. The virtual world has been great. And I will tell you, HLS has thrived in this pandemic era because we do have an agency-wide team. And we were already working, if you will, somewhat remotely because we work with 8 other centers. And as I mentioned, you know, the providers, they're in various locations, not all here in Huntsville. So we were quite adept and ready to go. And so this will give us the opportunity, though, to either virtually or face-to-face, if we want, to talk to each of the providers and say, okay, adding this requirement, what does it do to your architecture? What does it do to your design? Does it help your business case? Does it hurt? Does it increase costs? Does it make us more sustainable? And that's what we're interested in. Now, they were also able to propose risk reduction activities that they felt were most advantageous to their architecture. And so it's a really exciting time for us to be able to work through much of that content. And naturally, the very end there, LETS. It's a great name. Lunar Exploration Transportation Services contract. So that's the contract that is going to take humans back and forth. It's the shuttle, it's the taxi service, if you will, that's going back and forth. And that's how we are going to have recurring services towards the late 2020s to the moon and back up to Gateway. Next slide, please. Okay, so in case you're not familiar with what our architecture or our operations concept looks like, we've posted it up here for a quick view. It is complicated. So, you know, I'm not going to mince words about that. Returning to the moon is complicated, period. And it doesn't matter whose design is chosen. It is complicated. That's why we need the best of government and industry working together. And that's what we're doing. There will be a myriad of launches, no matter who is selected. And the HLS, the Human Landing System, will go to the NRHO, and that's where we'll wait. And once we performed our lunar orbit checkouts, then the SLS rocket, that amazing rocket, is going to lift the Orion capsule and take the crew up into the Gateway orbit for sustaining missions. Crew will get on the Gateway. Once everything's all checked out, we'll receive the crew, and then we'll go perform our mission. And this will be a beautiful step for humanity, one that we can all be very proud of. All right, next slide, please. Okay, some exciting things about our program. You know, we've spent you know, our first few years really preparing for this option A, preparing for Appendix N now, and doing work towards preparing the solicitation for services. But it's a lot more that we're excited about now. Now that we can kind of take a breath, we're like, we need to focus on the science. We need to focus on the utilization, logistics, and payloads. And so we have created an office that will focus on that. In doing so, they'll have large cargo missions under their purview. And that's critically important for many of the business cases. And good business cases help the government to use our money and leverage the provider's money to do more. And that's important because our budgets are relatively flat. And so doing more with what we have is critically important. And those large cargo missions, you know, such as delivering a HAB or a rover, if the providers can offset costs, if they have that capability, and at least in the base period, all of our providers had that capability. They were all designing cargo variants of their human landing system. So that's really exciting too. What does that mean? It means NASA will get these very large cargo missions under the HLS, and then the industry providers will have this capability that they can then later commercialize. So that's pretty exciting too. No telling what you're going to see up there on the moon. And then naturally science demonstrations. I mean, the whole purpose really is for science because that's where exploration and discovery comes in. Next slide. Okay, so the moon definitely brings us together. And this is kind of where I want to talk a little bit about inclusion and that darkness of space. If you've ever been excluded, I don't know. How many engineers do we have in here? Oh, not many. It's a joke. Okay, right. So I'm sure, you know, I mean, I'm an engineer. I'm an introvert. I'm a big introvert. I've been excluded many times in my life. I felt very isolated before. To me, that's like that vast darkness. You know, being, you know, different or on the side or something. So that's why inclusion of our mission, really, of who we're taking. I think that's so important. Some people kind of need to see themselves before they can logically, you know, mechanically realize that they could do it too. And how cool is that to have more people all thinking scientifically, technically, from an engineering standpoint? So that's one thing that I love about the moon. And I've said it multiple times. I'm sure you've probably heard me say it before, but I do think the moon really brings us together. I do. I think every night, you know, if go outside, take your dog out, go for a walk, whatever, early morning, maybe you can still see the moon. I do. I'm a real early morning person. Then seeing that, when I look up, it's this peaceful serenity. And I know that everybody looks up, they all see it too. And sometimes that's kind of good to know, hey, we're all looking at that. That's a great goal. And it's a positive goal that we can all get behind. Next slide. Okay, so we definitely have a vision statement. Naturally, you know, our vision is leading, developing, and empowering access to and exploration of space. And the human landing system is a key component of that. And so we want to make space accessible. We want NASA to be one of many customers for these human landing systems that are being developed and procured. We're definitely doing it differently. We are. But for those who think or say that, you know, this is a hands-off government approach, you couldn't be further from the truth. We are very hands-on. We have people working side by side with the providers, doing the analysis, delivering products for them, which I think is key. Because what engineer wants to watch somebody else do the work? That's not what they want to do. We want to do the work. And so partnering with the provider, we call it collaboration. That's just the codified word that we've chosen to use. It's a way to bring in the NASA expertise to continue keeping the skills sharp and to make sure that we can move quickly. Because what better insight can you have than being part of the team who's doing it? So that's our approach. We are doing it differently. And we have all the funding that we need for option A when it's the voluntary stay of performance is lifted. So I'm excited about that. We've completely funded our Appendix N work to date, and we're excited about that. On that, we are starting our kickoffs and getting ready to start that work, which that will bridge before we get to services. And then we are working with our procurement team is feverishly working to try to get the right balance that we need to establish recurring services. Next slide. Okay, so I might have time for one question or maybe one question, but what we have set up is if you do have questions, here's who you can send them to with that subject. And if you don't have questions, I'm happy to yield the time back.
Euler. All right, Lisa, thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, paper, so I know what to do. So our next session is funding space commerce. So if the panel will come ahead and get up in positions while I'm talking, and we'll continue to roll. Again, thank you to our full day sponsors, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and SpaceX. And a few of these folks you all have seen before, and some are going to be new to you if you've been in our conferences. Our moderator for this panel is Jason Green. He's the Dean of the UAH College of Business. And Jason, the panel is funding space commerce. And go ahead and take it away.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Alan. So Eric, you're supposed to stand for the rest. Sorry, I apologize. Good morning. I wanted to start out with who's seen the movie The Right Stuff? All right, good. I'm in the right room here. This is great. You probably remember, and it's a line that's so famous that I think it's become cliche. Gordon Cooper, who was played by Dennis Quaid, says, "You know what makes this bird go up? Funding makes this bird go up." And Gus Grissom, played by Fred Ward, replies, "He's right. No bucks, no Buck Rogers." And that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about funding. Now, funding, and in fact, as you just heard, is really taken on a new approach, right? When The Right Stuff was made, or the activities that the right Stuff depicts, funding had a very specific meaning. It was really about the funding that was coming from the government. And as NASA has evolved its approach, and commercial space is developing, then that provides a really new framework here, and that's what you're going to hear from our panel of experts. So as Alan said, I'm Jason Green. I'm the Dean of the College of Business here at UAH. And our business school, being here at UAH, with its tradition in space, and of course being in Rocket City, we summarize our mission with the words fuel, spark, and launch. We partner with our community to fuel innovation in business. Our faculty and our students spark ideas through their research, and our programs launch the careers of our students. And we also established about 3 years ago a strategic priority to be a leader among business schools in the area of space commerce. So I'm just thrilled to have the experts that I'm joined here today with to speak to this subject, because again, it factors so importantly in the trajectory of commercial space. So to start off, I'm going to ask the panelists to say a few words about the topic. I think we bring a lot of different viewpoints here, and then we'll jump right into questions and answers. I have with me Krista Christensen, the CEO of Bryce Tech, Jeff Matthews, a specialist leader with Deloitte, Bill Reed, the Chief Financial Officer of Redwire, and Eric Stallmer, the Executive Vice President for Governmental Affairs and Public Policy at Voyager Space Holdings. So Carissa, start us off.
Thank you so much. It is a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to be at this event. And I think this is a really interesting framing of the question, funding space commerce. How do we fund space commerce? So I'll jump in with maybe kind of an overview of how I think about funding space commerce. The first way, the best, most durable, most robust way to fund space commerce is through revenue, is customers generating revenue. And so, you know, if you think about the satellite industry right now, commercial satellite industry, a mature multi-billion-dollar industry generating more than 250 billion in revenue each year. That is coming largely from consumers and business customers, some government customers there as well. So things like direct home television revenues are, and you know, the usual financial instruments are funding satellite infrastructure, technology advances, and that's resulted in, for example, massively increased on-orbit geo capacity in the last few years. So I think it's really important that we ground ourselves in revenue as a driver of space commerce. And of course, the government is an important source of revenue as a customer. We've seen since 2015 global space budgets, government space budgets increased by about 50%. And we've seen the entrance of some new players, and particularly we've seen a continued aggressive posture with regard to space commerce and the development of space commerce capabilities by China. So the best model arguably is a sustained, mature, revenue driven sources of funding. A model that we've seen in an extraordinary way over the last few years is investment. And here I'm talking about external investment or self-funded startups. Since 2015, and before 2015, we really didn't see very much of this kind of investment. Since 2015, we've seen around $30 billion of venture-funded, venture investment, investment by venture capital firms, investment by some very well-known super angel billionaires. That has resulted in 400 firms, startup firms. And that 400, those are just the ones that have received funding and announced funding. There's a whole additional layer of startups below those firms. More than 1,000 investors globally putting money into startup space companies, including some of the most well-known global venture capital firms. And then in the last year and a half, really since 2019, but real activity in the last year and a half, we've seen a particular kind of investment through special purpose acquisition corporations, companies that are founded by a group of investors with the intent of merging with another company and taking it public. And we've seen a dozen space companies go through SPAC mergers, raising more than $5 billion in funds for the capital for those companies, and with a combined enterprise value that is nearly $30 billion. So and 8 of those 12 are already publicly trading. The merger process, it takes a while between the announcement of the merger and actually getting to public markets. And then the third way to fund space commerce, Jason was started out talking about it, and it is certainly critical for emergent new kinds of space businesses, is the government acting as an government economic development programs, where instead of the government focusing on its needs as a customer to address its mission objectives, the government engages with industry to specifically try to help develop and grow new business areas. And we've seen that I think very resonant examples are the use of the ISS at low or no cost for tourism or industrial R&D. The state support of spaceports that we've seen in New Mexico and Texas. And of course, in grant programs, very much a European model of providing grants to early stage companies to help develop targeted industry areas. And of course, there's a lot of overlap between the government thinking about its role as a customer to achieve its mission and the government thinking about its role as an economic development agency. I think the commercial crew program is a great example where the government is co-funding development to achieve mission goals and also structuring the program in such a way that it can facilitate the development of tourism. And also, of course, those businesses that the government is helping to create may often do in the future provide products and services that are valuable to achieving government mission goals with greater capability or at lower cost. So that's my initial framing for how I think about funding space commerce, and I really look forward to this conversation. It's a topic I think a lot about, I guess I should have started with an introduction. I'm the CEO of Bright Space and Technology. We're an analytics and engineering company, and we publish quite a lot of data on these topics, not behind a paywall, on our website. So if these, the kinds of data I'm citing are of interest to you, please make use of those resources. So, thank you.
Awesome. Well, I think Carissa did a great job of setting this up and in terms of what we're looking at today. So just a little bit about me. So my name is Jeff and I'm with Deloitte Consulting. To be really clear, we are not here to do your taxes or to audit you. Just people often think of us as that. We are the world's largest professional services firm. And in the context of today's discussion, I think we are looking specifically at two things in terms of how we can help get the space economy to where I think we all want it to go and where we really want to see it transform over the next 10 years. So we work with about 88% of the Fortune 500, and we are really looking at that demand stimulation and the ability to encourage some of them to take larger advantage of space. And that could be the traditional space applications in terms of remote sensing, satellite communications, or even the greater utilization of like the GPS constellation and services. But it could also be of how do they explore and do more in low Earth orbit and take advantage of the microgravity environment? How do they benefit from increases in space tourism, space-based research, and the capabilities that we've seen really transform over the last sort of decade or so. And then the second prong that we're looking at is really to Carissa's point about that sort of, how can the government help advance where we want to see the industry go and lean in. We've been doing a lot around the role of government in terms of incentivizing those desired outcomes. So great example of this, for the last almost 2 years now, we've been heavily involved with the state of California, the United States Space Force Space Launch Delta 30, which is formerly the 30th Space Wing at Vandenberg Space Force Base, the bunch of the local community partners, so the County of Santa Barbara, City of Santa Maria, and a group called REACH, which is a action-oriented economic development entity, and really looking at a couple different areas. Is one, what is the role of Vandenberg specifically in encouraging sustaining and enabling some of these emerging use cases. And that could be your traditional launch services providers in the sense that we've seen a number of entrants over the last decade, through what can they do about workforce development, greater integration with the academic and research institutions in Southern California and specifically in the Central Coast region. And then what can they do to really incentivize the development of additional capabilities in sort of either adjacent segments of the value chain, so downstream applications, software development, things of that nature, or what can they really do to be good stewards of the industry? And what is, I think, nice and unique about this is a multi-pronged approach that is really focused on bringing a wide view of what the art of the possible is, and also the ability to apply a diverse set of levers to create that economic incentivization that we want to see. So we've been looking for the last couple of years specifically at these levers that can be pulled from your traditional private investment through venture capital, private equity, through additional nuances in how you can apply some of the regulatory environment or make regulatory changes that are favorable to the industry that you want to see, to how can we help provide the concierge services, the sort of incentivization capabilities to connect early stage startups with industry. How can we connect them with venture capitalists and capital sources? How can we really help them navigate a complex environment in a industry that seems to be transforming by the day almost, if we're all reading the news? And what we found is that there is a series of levers. We've documented about 20 of them, and we could have an entire conversation, I think, on those specifically. But there's been a common set that has been used, and we can actually trace those back as far back as the Transcontinental Railroad, the industrialization of the automobile, the commercialization of the internet. And we see a lot of common trends in where the government has acted as that economic development sort of entity to really encourage this, and has yielded both positive economic returns for the regions, the industries, the nation writ large, but also has incentivized the desired outcomes that we want to see. And in looking at those models, you can look at everything from the electrification of vehicles through private sports stadiums and see a lot of positive and negatives. But I think what we've found is that when we come together with shared visions, it's not a winner take all scenario. It's how do you really combine the best of those different entities, those different capabilities, to really bring forth the tools and capabilities that are needed to fund what we all want to see. And then lastly, the other thing that we're looking at specifically are what are those structural barriers that stop some of the, I'll say, on the fringe, maybe Fortune 500 companies from really getting enabled in the market. And, historically, if you're talking about sending people to space, it's been the per seat launch cost. But in some cases, it's also the development time and the speed of business. It's understanding the value proposition for why you would want to go and actually do something in low Earth orbit or take advantage of capabilities or applications that could be integrated into your competitive operational environment. And really what we found is where we have helped larger firms navigate some of their most challenging technology issues, those same tools, approaches, and sort of capabilities have really helped change the narrative around how you can ingest space for these large non-traditional corporations, and how you can benefit from what's going on. And lastly, I'll just make one other comment. It is an absolute privilege to be here. My grandfather worked with von Braun on Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo, was an engineer through and through. So I promptly became a finance major after all of that, because clearly that was the right thing to do. So it is fantastic to be here, and thank you for having me.
I'm Bill Reed. I'm Chief Financial Officer for a company called Space. So one of the 8 companies that has de-SPAC, that is now traded publicly. One of our core competencies is building things in space, manufacturing in space. We've actually had manufacturing facilities on the island since 2014. Okay, is that better? All right. So I was saying, Redwire Corporation, we've had manufacturing facilities on the ISS since 2014, and our focus and our belief is that Space tourism is going to be a fun thing to do. The science that NASA supports is critical to building things, but ultimately, if we're going to be a species that lives off the planet, there's going to have to be a reason for us to be off the planet. So we have to find mechanisms and ways to build things in space that we can't build on the Earth. And we're finding those materials. We're finding specialized fiber optics. We're finding crystalline structures. We're finding ceramics that can only be built in microgravity or zero gravity environments. Being able to take that and commercialize it and build a business plan around it is ultimately what's going to make being in space a commercial activity. And there's more than enough money to go around to fund whatever we can come up with. As Chris pointed out, revenue is the best way in the world to fund anything. So it's all about building those business plans and coming up with those innovative things to do in space to make people who are living in space have a job, have something to do. And we're kind of betting the farm on it, saying that that's really where it's gone. Up until the point where we had low cost launch, that stuff was out of question. There was no way to make it economically feasible. Now we're seeing it with the explosion in telecom and the satellite industry and space and Earth imaging. It's suddenly viable. You can do these things. Tourism is viable. The idea of maybe manufacturing these super highly capable ceramics for specialized operations can be economically feasible. And if you can create a business plan that's economically feasible, there's more than enough money to go after it. And I agree. I think venture capital and private equity kind of primed the pump over the last 5 or 6 years. But now as these companies are de-SPACing and are becoming publicly traded, retail investors today now have an opportunity to invest in space. Before the last year or two, you didn't have a pure play space company that if you wanted to invest in space, the people in this room, average Joes investing in the stock market, you didn't have it. You could invest in Boeing or Lockheed or somebody, but you're investing in a large diversified aerospace and defense company that has a small portion that's space focused. If you really wanted to just invest in space, you didn't have that opportunity. Now you do. And we're seeing a lot of interest on the retail side because they want to chase that. They want to be a part of this second golden age of space, the new gold rush, as we call it. And we think that's really exciting. And that's where there's always going to be a place for government in funding this activity. And I think really the place there is going to be in driving these proof of concepts for what can we manufacture in space? What are the things that need to be built in space? Doing that science, doing that technology, helping industry fund that. But then once something is developed, then handing that off to industry and say, you go make that a commercial activity that's viable and you go find the money to fund it.
I would say they saved the best for last, but they started with Carissa. So, I can't say that now. Hey, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Eric Stallmer. I'm with Voyager Space. I want to thank Alan for once again inviting me and Jason for having me as well in this great panel. And it's great to see so many familiar eyes in the audience. It's been a while, so it's good to get out. The last time I spoke here, I assume it was probably 2 years ago, and I was wearing a different hat of the commercial. I was running the Commercial Spaceflight Federation. And I joined the Commercial Spaceflight Federation in 2014. And Carissa, you said the investment in commercial space took off in 2015. Coincidence? I think not. But I want to add some insight to what I have seen from that perch at CSF to my current position now at Voyager. And I'll tell you a little bit about Voyager. But I think the world has changed dramatically, not just for the obvious mask reasons, but in our world, our space world, I think has changed dramatically in the way we're seeing the funding, where money is coming from, the interest levels that we're seeing. And just to note, yesterday, as I think many of us had a couple friends take a quick trip to space, CNN spent about an hour and a half covering that story, and not prime time, but in daytime coverage. And then when I flipped around to the different channels, everyone was covering it. Fox, CNBC, Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance. So space is definitely in the mainstream. And I don't think we could have said that, 10 years ago, looking at, the market as a whole. So the funding of space commerce, I think my colleagues have kind of touched on a lot of where we're at. And I think, the key point that Carissa brought up right now is revenue. Revenue is a very big thing. Revenue is something you should look at. Revenue is good. From a Voyager perspective, that is exactly what we look at. We have been, Voyager was started in 2019. Since then, we've acquired 6 companies. And when we acquire companies, we like to think of them as, bringing them into the family, into the umbrella. But the biggest criteria that we have for these companies, we're not a venture arm, we're not private equity, we're not going, to buy companies on speculation of what they, an idea that they may have. It's usually well-established companies that have existing revenue. And how can we as a holding company help them grow that revenue and take, as I like to say, kind of take rocks out of their duffel bag. If you're looking at a $20 million company that is still like writing checks by hand, or not, that don't have their own HR system, or don't have a government relations and things like that. Those are areas that we want to try to help those companies in. And that's what we've looked at. And so these companies, these capabilities that we've acquired, they kind of run the gamut, and it doesn't all seem to make sense at first when you look at what they're doing with, one is an on-orbit servicing company, one is doing work on the International Space Station, one is looking at lunar resources, launch, propulsion system that we just recently acquired. But the idea is to, as these vertical companies are all established, to horizontally integrate them together. And as I say, mix the chocolate with the peanut butter. And, we have had some success early on. Our previous speaker talking about HLS, we were able to bring some of these companies together. Unfortunately, we are on 2 of the teams that did not win. Who would have thought SpaceX would have got it alone? But I think it is the right model, and it is working. So that is one area we're looking at. A lot of is, as we're looking to go public, it's very interesting for me to see the different type of investor community and who's interested in space. And I think we'll probably talk about SPACs and other areas, so I'll save that for later. But it certainly has been a different departure of what I've been used to. But also, I look at things through the prism too, from the government relations perspective, and how the government can help, will help, how they're obstructing at times, how they can be more positive, and different avenues that have, kind of emerged in a very positive way to help, fund the commercial space industry. Places I think Jeff mentioned AFWorks and SpaceWorks and DIU, areas like that have been very instrumental, and even InQtel for that matter, looking at some of these companies. So I'll leave it at that so we can get more of a discussion going. But again, thanks for having me, and I look happy to see everyone.
Great, thank you. And what we'd like to do is open it up to questions right away. So we've given some thoughts to start it off. So
Where's the one with the questions? Hey, appreciate the comment about 2015, and Eric, I'm certain that's why it went off at that point in time. There seems to be more capital going in, but I wonder if it's going in, I don't know what the right term is, equitably or evenly. It seems like, for instance, there's 165 launch companies, maybe 170 by this morning, trying to build rockets and getting a lot of investment to make that happen. And yet it seems like some of the things we're going to need to be able to do on the moon or Mars, or getting there and from there, nobody seems to be doing anything like that, even though clearly there's an emerging need. How frothy do you see this investment market right now, and what's causing that? Why isn't it more broadly based?
I think it is broadly based, but I think you're right that in our industry, launch gets a lot of attention. Launch is visible. Launch is sexy. Launch is, if it succeeds, it's great. If it blows up on the pad, it's quite a sight. It'll be on the YouTube videos. And certainly there have been big investments, in launch, and that's at times I scratch my head and someone asked a question once before, it may have been Jeff and you and I talked about this, what's the right number for launch companies? Because you're absolutely right. I think 2 just started up this morning. There's 2 new launch, because there's about well over 100 of them. And I'm not sure what the right number is, but I can tell you that some of these companies are telling investors that there's a huge market out there for their capability, that need their capability. And I often, Chris, I think you and I have joked about this, I wonder what they're reading, and I think Ken Davidian from FAA may have had this study, but I think he looked at, there's something, and I'm making these numbers up, but just for the sake of numbers, there's something like 30,000 potential satellites to be deployed in the next 10 years. And as you spread that out over the course of 10 years, and how many there'll be, and how many are accounted for, how many are SpaceX going to use alone, and if New Shepard or New Glenn comes online, and what Rocket Lab is doing, and VO, and all the others, it really is a narrow number. That 30,000 becomes rather small. So if you have a launch company and you're saying you're going to launch 300 or 400 times a year, I scratch my head on that a little bit. So then I start questioning the investors, and I think to myself, these guys must really hate money if they think that that's a great idea. So I would be putting it in other areas like on-orbit servicing and more sustainability thing and manufacturing. So I didn't mean to hog that, but
no, I think you're dead on. I mean, I think it's easy for people to get their head around launch. So launch is something that people can understand, and that's why money is going there. When you start talking about companies like ours, where we got pieces that do rollout solar arrays, or we've got pieces that do extension, deployable antennas, or propulsion systems in space, all things that are necessary to get from one point to the other. But telling that story to investors that have the attention span of a gnat is a really challenging thing. And I think the industry is learning how to do that better. As I said, there weren't pure play space companies out there. So the investment banking community didn't know how to tell the story. They're starting to learn that now. And as we grow and as we get through this, remember, we're kind of in the infancy of this second growth spurt. And it's really the first time where there really is a commercial angle to it. People are having to learn how to educate the investing community and help them understand where is the real value in space and where is that value going to be long term. I think that's going to level out. I think we'll get the balance there, but right now, just visibly, it does seem to be a lot going into launch. I think that's probably more visible because it's more publicly traded type stuff. I think there's a lot of activity going on in the private equity world that is funding, kind of more of those infrastructure, those longer viewpoint activities in businesses.
So I actually went and raised some money for some launch companies a couple of years ago prior to joining Deloitte. And I will say I'm a big fan of the mixed mode architecture across, small, medium, heavy, and ultra heavy launch. I think there's room for a lot of different capabilities, but there's not room for 165 or whatever today's is. And what I liked and where I found we were successful when we went out and did that was to your point, we told the story of why this wasn't a follow the leader capability, of why this actually was a gap filling capability that didn't depend on having to launch 15,000 of those 30,000, satellites. So I do think that it's been great. We've seen great transformation from the money that's come into the launch services market. And I'm really pleased to see what that's been doing about lowering, cost of kilogram to orbit, cost of people to the ISS. Like, this is all great. It's stuff we've wanted to see for a number of years, but it has caused that sort of asymmetry in terms of maybe leaving more money out of some of the other stuff like manufacturing, on-orbit servicing, the things that once we can get more stuff up there really become that sustainable, economically viable and generating, hopefully, business case that I think we all want to see. So I'm hoping that as the launch market shakes out and some of these launch providers get their first launches or their cadence up, that we start to see that shift, away from, say, the next, 160 seventh launch company to more of the manufacturing, to more of the on-orbit servicing, to more of the capabilities. And so that we really start to see the rest of the industry sort of flush out.
A couple of additional observations to flesh out, I think, some of those points. Venture capital investors tend to focus on mass market, high growth, potentially high profit, transformative opportunities. And Frank, a lot of the applications that you're talking about are still largely government as end customer. And that is not as attractive to venture. So I think that's one factor. Two, with regard to launch activity, 15% of small sats have flown on small launch vehicles. 85% have flown on large launch vehicles, and those large launch vehicles are getting more capable, more efficient at ride share, easier to deal with from a customer standpoint. And the reason for that is pretty obvious. If you look at the top line price, I can pay $50 million for a launch or 10 sounds great. If you plot the price per kilogram, you're paying 5 times more on a small vehicle than on a large vehicle. So there's some very straightforward market dynamics. Small launchers, the successful small launchers are those that exploit niches, and one of those really important niches is government customers. Many nations want their own launch capability. If you are putting together a science payload, you may prefer to be able to have $10 million launches over one $50 million launch now that they're available. So I think government is a really key player in the commercial, the small launch market. I do think we will see a dramatic diminution of the number of companies offering those services.
We have a question up here.
Well, my question has already been asked and answered, so I'll just pose a follow-on to that. The commercial launch industry, or commercial, been around about 30 years now. That's a lot of time for launch forecasts to have been made and published. I personally read a lot of them over the years. Has there ever been a launch forecast that was understated?
So I in the 90s or late 90s, when Iridium and Global Star and Teledesic were on the table, we did a demand-based model. We did the first version of it for Damon Wells, who was then at the FAA, and then we did an expanded version for a large defense company. And we went out and said, there's not enough demand to support these systems. There's maybe enough demand to support half of an Iridium. And I literally had someone at the back of the room stand up and tell me that I was destroying the industry by saying things like this. And we turned out to be right. I think there have been, you typically have an overstatement in the next few years and an understatement in out years, kind of because of the planners group. If you're doing a bottom-up list of forecasts, and you typically have moderately to wildly overstated numbers if you're doing an aspirational assumed transformation forecast. So having done many forecasts for the folks at FAA over the years, I would say that those were reasonably close, but the challenge here is it's the iPhone phenomenon. It's the Starbucks phenomenon. There's a brand of forecast that seeks to tell you what the world would look like if things dramatically transformed. And it's really important. That's a useful piece of information, but it's really important to focus on the probability of that dramatic transformation. So I would say that those very overstated forecasts tend to be driven by the fact that they're not trying to predict what's likely, they're trying to predict what could be. And that's what drives us to some of those numbers that we all look a little askance at.
We have another question up here.
Hi, thank you guys for coming. I actually work with a NASA program that engages the public to solve real world problems that we have. It incentivizes them with prize money. The beautiful thing is they come up with these wonderful solutions and they own their own IP. then our next step is to help them work with guys such as yourselves. My question is, we don't know where to point them. So do you guys have a database somewhere they can go and find out, hey, is this technology something someone else is looking for on the industry side? And if so, how do we connect with them? And sometimes they need money, sometimes they don't, but you guys, maybe could help them with that part.
So I would say, at least for us, because we probably touch the most number of industries, we don't have a regularly available public data set, but we are continually going out like we do for telecom and media and other industries and surveying them about that. We're always happy to engage with anybody that is looking for that, to the extent that we can have those conversations. Additionally, we have actually stood up a global sort of innovation acceleration program around remote sensing with Amazon Web Services called the Gravity Challenge. And that's another way, I think, of trying to do what you're doing, is to connect some of those commercial end users through innovation challenges to explore opportunities and engage areas for funding, collaboration, things of those nature. We are always looking to expand that. The next Gravity Challenge, I think, will start in January as well. And that could be a good resource for some of the, whether it's companies, innovators, students, et cetera, that you're looking at to sort of get engaged and get a little larger sort of view of the swath of the industry that might be looking for space-based innovation.
My only recommendation, in addition to that, some of the trade associations, I know that would be something in my previous organization, the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, would be very interested in helping out. I'm sure Frank with the coalition would probably be very helpful in pointing them in the right direction. There's nothing worse than innovation that sits on the shelf. And we found that with one of our acquisitions, that this company had just years and years of SBIR work, but they just never took it to that next level. And how what we're trying to do is how to bring that innovation and that technology that they have and get it to that next TRL level. So.
Yeah, and we do a lot of this sort of stuff. And the ideas come from a lot of different places. One of the best places that we get the raw idea from is our staff. We'll have an idea night and just say, everybody hop on, grab a beer, we'll get on in the middle of the night. And what do you, as a young engineer sitting there working on, a rollout solar array, what do you think we should be doing? What do you think is necessary for space? What's something that you don't think anybody's chasing that we should be chasing? And there's some off the wall stuff that will come out of it, but every once in a while there's a real gem in that. And so from your standpoint, what you're looking at, I think it would really be good to try to get like a round table of people from the industry, and then people from outside the industry that may have interest in the industry to bring it. Some of the stuff that we've come up with from the manufacturing standpoint are things that are coming from other industries. They, it's like the Z-band fiber optic. Well, the fiber industry is saying we need a higher capacity fiber. Is that something that, science can help with? And then thus the question is, well, will microgravity change the way that fiber is laid down? Let's go test it out and see. And so someone, I don't know how that whole thing generated, but someone then went to NASA and said, hey, here's some interesting science. Is this something you guys would like to play with? If so, we think we can build a manufacturing facility to test it out. Let's do an industry government collaboration here to start doing the testing. So I think that's where you're headed with and what you're wanting to do. And I think probably the best way to do that is just kind of get a round table of people together to do that.
Can I turn that question around and say, how can industry get informed and access to the solutions and the new innovations that your program is generating and looking for capital and sponsors?
Did you want to respond to that?
Sounds like a card exchange.
So, oh, okay. So the question, flip it, yeah.
Find out? Yeah. That's pretty simple for us. You can go to centennialchallenges.gov and/or I'm happy to talk to you about what we're doing. So basically our challenges, of course, are centered around the types of innovations NASA is looking for within, space on our side. However, they have very significant Earth applications as well. So not only I think is it space applicable, but it's also very Earth applicable. I'll tell you the three we currently have are lunar excavation, What's on the Moon, which is how to get power on the moon. And the other one is deep space food. And we think that's a really big one, not only for space food and long duration space travel, but also for Earth applications. So those are the types or examples. And Reggie, who's sitting behind you right there, he's got bunches of more because he's our partnerships guy. So that's how you can start. Happy to talk to you after.
Excellent. And maybe this is part of the continuing conversation. You guys want to go sit upstage?
Yeah, I was just going to comment. Thank you, Dawn, for that. And of course, yeah, I manage the Partnerships and Formulation Office here at Marshall. And exactly the question that you raised is part of what we try to do is understand what NASA's looking to the future to do, but also finding ways to partner with industry, with academia, also other government agencies. So certainly let's chat and we can maybe find ways to work together.
All right. We have time for another one up here.
So you guys have mentioned government economic engagement models, right? As levers, one of the levers out there. I understand the state support grants, utilization of government assets. That's all very clear cut. It makes sense. But when we talk about commercialization, I think one of the things that's very caused a lot of contention out there is co-funding development and government services and the melding of co-funding of government development and co-services. So can you guys talk a little bit more about that from your perspective and where that fits in the paradigm of new space?
So I'll start by saying the degree to which that idea of the government participating as an investor or co-funding development as in a business is controversial very significantly depend on what country you're sitting in. So an active industrial policy with targeted efforts to develop capabilities in certain internationally competitive industry areas is very much the norm in many countries globally. Typically, that's a good fit for a country that is of a moderate size and needs to pick and choose industry areas where it seeks to compete. The US tends not to do that, partly because, in general terms, partly because we're such a massive market, partly for a long array of socio-political factors. I would say that to me, mission agencies like NASA, for example, are succeed most strongly when their incorporation of economic development considerations is part of the equation, and that the dominant factor in the equation is alignment with near or long-term mission needs and national goals. So I think that we'll go back to a commercial crew as an example. Certainly there's that co-development has created capabilities for some companies that other companies did not receive that development. However, that co-development resulted in a capability that addresses near-term mission needs in what I think is arguably an efficient and cost-effective way, and establishes a capability that is relevant to long-term mission needs, as well as putting the US in a competitive position in an emerging market, specifically space tourism. So to me, the critical question, it's a complex question looking at mission needs, economic objectives, and fairness. And when you weight mission needs disproportionately to the economic development question, you tend to come down, I think you tend to get results that pass that fairness test and benefit the nation.
And Chris is spot on, and I'll add to that too, where we've observed things as well when the mission needs are really driving the capabilities and the priorities for investment, one thing that we've heard consistently, whether it's in civil or defense space, is that we want to get away from some of this just government-owned, government-operated systems that are going to be bespoke and siloed for the next 25 years. And by not throwing a giant book of regulations or requirements at them, but giving the right kind of investment, whether it's true investment capital or other sort of development capital, they can satisfy some of the mission needs while also incentivizing the commercial providers. I think we're going to see more of that, and I think it's a win-win when they're doing it deliberately in ways that just aren't artificially inflating or constraining the market. And I think we've seen some great examples like Commercial Crew and other ones, and we're going to continue to see more of them.
Okay, I think Jim may have a online. No, okay.
Okay, Alan, would it be okay if we did sort of a lightning round to wrap it up?
Everybody, okay.
All right, great. So lightning round here as we wrap up. I'm going to ask each of you to think about, especially in the context of the discussion, funding for space commerce, for technologies, all that we've touched on. What's at least the foreseeable future that you want to take a glance at or take a stab at? Where do you see this headed?
I'll take my three categories. Revenue, we're going to see a future of combination of revenue growth and companies going out of business. Venture funded companies, three of four of them typically fail. We are going to see companies fall off. Investment, the investment environment is going to be very much affected by, one, the broader global economic climate, and two, no pressure, but the performance of these SPACed companies, which are going to get treated as a basket of space companies with high visibility and attention from the broader marketplace and investment analysts that don't really focus on space. So that's going to shape investor appetite and attitude. Continued government budgets, although we'll see some pullback post the COVID response and the economic recovery in the next few years. And really, I think the main aspect of the future of our industry over the next several years is going to be driven by what Bill and Eric's companies are doing. It's mergers and acquisitions.
So yeah, no, I think that's great. And I think I would agree on the M&A side of things, and I'm excited to see where those play out and where those create synergies in the market. I also am really intrigued as we look towards, let's say, the next decade of what additional sort of financial vehicles can be used to either supplement the venture capital and the private equity that's gone into it, to create additional opportunities for funding, or to at least make it so that there's a more diverse set of investment vehicles that are out there. So really interested to see where the first space ETF goes, for an example. We've been looking very heavily at business development corporations and other legal constructs for bringing in additional types of capital to the industry as well. So I think that the more tools we have in the toolbox, I think the better we're going to be. I also do believe that we need to always approach this with a sense of realism, and that not every company is going to succeed, and that's okay. I mean, that's the normal pace of business across any sort of industry, but we're trending in the right direction. And what can we do to make sure that momentum stays?
Yeah, I'd reiterate all of those points. I mean, I do think M&A is going to play a major part here. What you see in space today is there isn't a middle market. You've got the big diversified primes on one side, and then you have a whole slew of relatively small founder-run businesses that may have great technology, but they lack professional management, they lack access to capital, they lack business development, they don't have relationships there. And I think that's what we're really trying to do here, is create businesses that can build that middle market in space that then can be that's small enough to be nimble and can be innovative, while at the same time be big enough to actually execute on it. I think that's what space needs. Space needs that healthy middle market to grow out of it. And I think that the advancement of the Artemis program is going to actually fuel a huge interest in space across the board. I think we're starting to see that. The launch companies get a lot of splash, but people are really interested in sending human beings into space. a rocket going up and putting satellites out. Yeah, okay, cool, great. A rocket going up with William Shatner in it, that gets attention. And we start sending people not just to whether he went into outer space or not, that's the question mark, but the carbon line, or whether you're actually getting people and they're living repeatedly on a space station. And the question on government versus commercial partnerships and where does that line lie? If you think about, if the governments had not invested and created the ISS, and if the ISS had not been up there and proven that humans can live in space for a long period of time, we wouldn't even be talking about the idea of building a manufacturing facility in space today. So there's an infrastructure play there where government does definitely have a role in helping build that infrastructure that then creates a market that doesn't even exist today for all of us to profit from.
Yeah, great point. The areas I think I'm looking at thinking of as we continue to grow this industry is one, I continue to be amazed by the amount of capital and investment that is in this industry. And as we look back, at certain timelines, the early decades of the decade of the 2000s, 2000 up to about 12, 14, I remember how difficult it was for companies to raise money. Extreme, like to raise 10 million, 20 million. Now you have people that have $200 million or even more and are putting it in these SPACs and then actively shopping around for opportunities. And, I was on a panel last week talking about these SPACs and I think someone highlighted very perfectly is that there's good SPACs and there's companies that are ready to SPAC and have the revenue and have, all the fundamentals there. And that's a good avenue for them. But then there's companies that have no business being public and it may be an avenue of last resort for them. And so the challenge I think is if they all get lumped together, as we said that. And then I think with, from my Washington hat is how will the government look at this? And when the dust settles on the budget and the debt ceiling and the infrastructure bills and all that stuff, and when Congress has a little more time on their hands in the new year, how will they look at this? Will the SEC start looking at this? And will the kind of the progressive wing say, hey, look at all these billionaires spending the money when we should be doing it that way? And I think also we need to look at what this administration, the current administration's policy on space is going to be. They've been sort of quiet on it, not for bad reasons, but they've had other chainsaws they've been juggling. But I think, as their new space, they'll come out with a space policy with their space council meeting probably in November, December. I think we'll get a better direction of where they're going to go and what may influence the industry in that perspective from where the government looks at. That's my take.
Great. Well, I think we all agreed when we were talking earlier that this topic, we could have at least a full day and perhaps a symposium in and of itself, which, by the way, the College of Business will be hosting a similar conference this spring. But I want to thank our panelists, Carissa, Jeff, Bill, Eric. Thank you so much for your insights. So thank you.
And Jason, thank you very much for putting together and leading that panel. It's kind of amazing. Last session of the symposium, if you don't count lunch and the Bob Cabana speech at lunch, and we are a mess of primarily technical guys and engineers, and we have the greatest discussion of any of our panels that we've had. So it's an interesting dichotomy there. And Eric talked a little bit about Shatner going up into space. We've got to go off and get NASA to schedule its launches in a more TV appropriate time. Shatner went into space when everybody could watch. Now, can we reschedule Lucy to, oh no. Stupid me. All right, guys, we're done. I want to thank our Boeing, Northrop Grumman, SpaceX as our sponsors for today. Thank you all very much. Do we have a slide of the team? Or is it for later? This is the last slide. Okay. So it's lunchtime. Go down the hill Don't fall down the hill, walk down the hill. We'll have some awards to give. And Bob Cabana, we will be speaking today. And thank you, Bob and Jim Free, for switching around and letting us benefit from y'all's being able to reschedule. So we'll see you all down the hill.
I know everybody man, I never
Good stuff.
All right, here we are again. One more opportunity to listen to me mutter and sputter and make some sense and make no sense sometimes. I told you guys about my pastor helping me understand how to get over the problem of not seeing myself in a little view in Zoom meetings and when I went back and became real meetings. So I told you guys that story yesterday. And I told you all the story about my kids saying that I could bring a cardboard box and put it around people's heads so that they would be comfortable, again, out of Zoom. Well, this one was about 2 weeks ago. I was telling my preacher that I wouldn't be at choir rehearsal in church and stuff on Wednesday night because I was going to Huntsville. We were having, once again, after 2 years, we were having a face-to-face VBS. He says, face-to-face VBS? This is October. Is there a holiday? And I said, yeah, it's Columbus Day. And he says, well, golly, those guys in Alabama really do take their vacation Bible school to heart. That's a Baptist joke. All right, moving on. Student poster contest. I need to describe the student poster contest to you guys a little bit. Dave Cook and I, and we couldn't do this without Dave's help. And we have a mess of other people that work together and help us. This contest has turned into something that we really quickly that we did not anticipate. The way the student poster contest works is people put in abstracts, and then we have a group of people. This year we had 86 abstracts in, and we had an international group of folks look at the abstracts. Of the abstracts, we had about, even though this was in the United States, we had about 15 offshore abstracts come in this year. And about the rest of it was about evenly split between UAH folks and non-UAH universities. So then we have a group of people look at those, and they selected 32 of those as being the ones that should be displayed for the poster contest. Then we had those 32, we had 2 offshore that could not travel because of COVID. Then we had 2 others that because of COVID problems could not travel at the last minute. So we ended up with 28 posters that were displayed, and you guys see the winning posters over here, and some of the others are out here. So we had our poster contest the other night where we had something in the area of 32 or 34 judges go around, and I really like the way we picked the judges by conscription as you got your badge, but it worked great. It gives us a very diverse set of judges. And of those 38, or I'm sorry, of 28, we went off and we picked the top 8. We have 2 categories, physical sciences and engineering. And then we have within those 2 categories, 2 subcategories, underclassmen and graduate folks. So we got the top 8 of those. Now those top 8 are encouraged and invited to submit abstracts to the IAF for the 2022 IAC, which will be in Paris. If those abstracts are selected by any of the IAF committees, then they may present the paper to us, AAS, in June. You know, that's about a month before it's due to the IAF. They give us the paper, and then we'll pick, of the papers we receive, we'll pick the top paper, and the top paper the author will get a paid trip to Paris for the IAC in 2022. Now, y'all heard from Emily this morning. She went through all that process, and she's going to Dubai at the end of this coming week. So it's a fairly significant prize. So what we have now is we're going to give the awards to the 8 finalists over here. Dave Cook's going to come and help me. And students, come on over here and gaggle over here behind us. And I'm going to give you guys the position and the university they're from. And I was going to give you the name of the poster. Then I looked at them and I said, no, I'm not going to do that. Then I said, well, I really should. I'll fumble and futz across them, but I really should do that, you know, for their benefit, because they did all this work. Now, we do have a rule about the length of the post, the name. It cannot be beyond, I think, 137 characters or something like that. And we're going to make a new rule next year. You can't have any words longer than 6 characters for my benefit. So as we call you guys up, come on up here, and Dave will give you your certificate and go over and stand in front of your poster. So in the category of engineering, aerospace systems engineering and design and propulsion, for the graduate class, the graduate division, that's folks that are going beyond bachelor's, master's, PhDs, those kinds of things. Second place, the University of Huntsville and the University of Alabama in Huntsville. There is Mitchell Scholl, and he did computer vision analysis of gas bubble flow through liquid metal. First place, University of Colorado Boulder. Teresin Deca, is that right? Close enough? Teresin Deca, Terelison. Astrodynamics informed kinodynamic motion planning for relative spacecraft motion. Thank you. Thankfully, I only have to do 8 of these. In the undergraduate division, second place from California State Polytechnic University, Sonoma, Zachary Gaines. And he did a poster named Satellite Formation and Control Test Bed for University ADCS Development and Research. First place from the University of Southern California, Lance Mayhew. Lance? He did characterization of additively manufactured fuel grains for hybrid rocket engine applications. Now, the next category is physical and liberal sciences. That's atmospheric science, Earth observation, space life sciences, space health, astrophysics, space weather, optics, economics, business, policy, sustainability, history, international relations, education, and STEM outreach initiatives. Physical and liberal sciences. In the graduate division, second place, University of California, Los Angeles, David Giffen, School of Medicine. The David Giffen School of Medicine at the University of California, Los Angeles is how I should say it. Timothy Liu, Timothy. He did spaceflight induced osteoporosis, microgravity effects on non-weight bearing bone, and treatment with BP NELL PEG. So. First place, Johns Hopkins University. Devin Mayer, Devin Mayer. A human iPSC-based 3D microphysiological system for modeling cardiac dysfunction in microgravity. And finally, this is something that we have not happened to us before. It hasn't happened to me ever. We had an absolute dead heat, same score among all the judges for the next 2 posters. So they both get first place. The first one is from the University of Alabama in Huntsville, Sarah Mogg, fiber optic temperature heat flux sensor for future Venus landing missions. And the next one is on an airplane going home, but we'll call him out anyway. University of Florida, Tashir Shinoy, drug efficiency testing in skeletal muscle microphysiological system to develop spaceflight countermeasures to muscle atrophy. So I'm going to ramble for a moment while the photographer goes over there and takes pictures of those guys. One of the really interesting things that we just saw was that 6 of the 8 finalists were not from University of Alabama, Huntsville. Now, some people would say that's bad. And I say, gosh, that's wonderful. Because that means that y'all, through the conference and through the university, are seen as having enough value and enough competition to bring folks from outside to come and participate and compete and talk to each other and learn things from each other and move forward. So a hand for the folks who have been doing this, for David and his, where's David? David, there you are. For David and his team, and for the University of Alabama Huntsville team. Thank you. Okay, guys, as soon as he finishes pictures, you guys can sit down and we're going to continue onward. Now we have the Ordway Awards. Ordway Awards are done by the AAS Historical or History Committee, AAS History Committee. Regretfully, neither of these folks can be here today, but they wanted to go ahead and get their awards sent to them. So I'll go through the award, and each of them has a little video that we will play. So the first one is Robert Perlman. Mr. Perlman, founder and editor of Collect Space, is recognized for his unique and broad contributions to preservation of spaceflight history, creating committees of spaceflight professionals and fans from around the globe, and on his online platform that through writing, film, and activities that reach all ages and levels of interest, creating this strong human interest that feeds national and international commitment. Robert can't be here today, but we have a short video.
Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. If a particular Starship captain's real-life space trek hadn't gotten in the way, or perhaps if we had transporters, I'd gladly beam in and join you all. My thanks to the American Astronautical Society, to its executive director, Jim Way, to the members of the Space History Committee, and to Valerie Neal, who I understand nominated me for consideration. Like perhaps some of you there today, I had a chance to know Fred Ordway. I was an intern and then on the staff of the National Space Society when he was on the Board of Governors. He extended his friendship, for which I will always be grateful. And so this award takes on an additional significance. For as long as I can remember, I've always had an interest in space exploration and have done what I can to extend that interest to others. So it only seemed natural some 25 years ago to use this new thing called the World Wide Web to share my passion for the topic. What that evolved into is something I cannot take complete credit for. Through Collect Space and the other projects I've had a chance to be a part of, we've reached a worldwide audience of space history enthusiasts and professionals. And through them, we've inspired new books to be written, new films to be created, and for the literal pieces of missing space history, from moon rocks to astronaut artifacts, to be recovered, restored, and put back on display. It is through the Collect Space community that I find the inspiration to do what I do. I learn from them every day, and so I'd like to share this honor with them. Thank you. It is an honor I will proudly display.
Let's give it a hand. All right, so next is Asif Siddiqui. Asif, a professor of history at Fordham University, is recognized for sustained excellence as a prolific scholar of Soviet space history and the broader aspects of space exploration on a global scale. Again, unfortunately, Asif cannot be here, but he provided a video.
Hello, hi everybody. I am Asif Siddiqui. I apologize for not being there at the Braun Symposium in Huntsville today due to some conflicts that came up, unfortunately. But I just wanted to convey what a great honor this is to get this award. I'm humbled, I'm thrilled, and honored, as I said. I just want to say a few words, just thank a couple of people. Obviously, I want to congratulate Robert Perlman, who also won the Ordway Award for all the wonderful work that he does. I want to thank the Ordway Awards Committee for the work they do every year, but especially this year. I want to thank the American Astronautical Society as a whole for the incredible work they do all the time, year-round, really. I just want to mention a couple of people who've been really supportive of me from the very beginning of my work back in the 1990s, which seems like an eon ago, really. I want to thank Roger Lonius for his enormous support, for really doing so much to encourage me. I really owe my entire career to his support, really, in some ways. So thank you, Roger. I want to thank Bill Berry, also a NASA chief historian, for his incredible encouragement and support. Dwayne Day, Glenn Swanson, Bart Hendricks, Jonathan McDowell, Mike Cianconi, and many, many others who I'll probably forget. I want to thank my parents, of course, who encouraged me from a very young age to do this. I just want to say that, my hope's always been to humanize this very technical endeavor, space travel, to give voice to those who weren't necessarily able to write or chronicle their own activities, to really think about the ways we can write space history, to deepen those stories. And the study of the former Soviet space program to me was like a great detective story. It was a mystery wrapped in enigma. So uncovering that back in the 1990s and subsequently was really a wonderful experience. It was a thrilling experience. And I had the encouragement and support of so many people. So I hope I managed to do a little bit to contribute to this field. So thank you again to the American Astronautical Society, and thank you all for listening. I hope to see you in person sometime soon. Thank you.
Or Asif. Now my partner in crime, Jim Moy, will introduce our speaker.
And I'd just like to take a moment to recognize Alan DeLuna. Without his help, A, guiding the society, and B, helping form this event itself, and his hosting abilities, we're truly appreciative. Thank you, Alan. So with all the switches that have happened with NASA leadership and moving pieces and everything like that, we've had a lot of fun getting this one nailed down. But thank you very much to the NASA team for being flexible in all of this. And also thank you very much to our sponsors for being flexible in all of this. So we had Aerojet Rocketdyne and Boeing kind of moving around here. So I'd like to say thank you to Aerojet Rocketdyne for sponsorship, but also, of course, thank you to Boeing for their support. And with that, I'd like to introduce John Shannon, SLS Program Manager for Boeing, to introduce our speaker. John.
Thanks a lot. Bob said all I can say is here's Bob, but no. I can't pass up the opportunity. I've known Colonel Cabana, as you'll always be Colonel Cabana to me. And it's really a privilege and an honor to introduce him as NASA's Associate Administrator, the highest civil servant position at the agency. And I hope, how many people got to see the dinner last night, got to attend? You got to hear Bob speak. And to me, it was a great moment because Bob, you presented what in my mind was a kind of compelling vision of how we're going to feel at the next moon landing. And he really charged the team at the end of his discussion with getting it completed. And I thought that was very inspirational, and I appreciate you doing that, Bob. I will not repeat the very lengthy list of accomplishments that Bob has had, 4-time space flyer, director of Stennis, but they overlooked, I thought, one, at least I didn't hear it, is they did not talk about you being the director of the Kennedy Space Center. It was the longest serving director for 13 years. And I thought that was a massive oversight because Bob took over KSC in 2008 as the space shuttle program was winding down. And that was a very difficult time for the Kennedy Space Center. And Bob was charged at that time with making sure that the program was flown out safely and successfully, which he accomplished. But then he was able to change Kennedy Space Center's entire culture to become a multi-user spaceport in really just a 6 or 7 year time frame. And to me, that achievement is remarkable. And I truly do not think anybody but Bob Cabana could have pulled that off. And I appreciate the opportunity to get up here and just say that. Thank you, Bob, for all you did for the space shuttle program and getting KSC on the right track. Bob has always been a straight shooter. Everybody that knows him knows that. He's always been a huge advocate of NASA and our national space program. Can't wait to hear what you have to say today. So please join me in welcoming Bob Cabana.
Well, as promised, I have a PowerPoint presentation. Now, if you don't like this presentation, this is what I'm telling you today. This is all because of Johnny Stevenson. He suggested and put this together for me to present. This is his idea. So if you don't like it, you can take his award back that he got last night for being the great communicator that he is. And, you know, John, thank you for those kind remarks. You know, it's hard to believe all that we've accomplished in the last, 15 years, the transition that our agency has seen. But I look at where we are today, and I have to give kudos to, this is the first time we've had an administration change where our goals haven't changed, where we haven't been redirected, and it's huge. And I have to give credit to Senator Nelson, our administrator, and Pam Melroy, our deputy administrator, for the course that they have set. And I think we really have the right team in place right now, as I said last night, to make everything happen. Not just from a NASA leadership point of view. I'm talking across our space program, industry and government. Now really is our time. And I believe we can make this happen. We just got to see it through. Can I get that next slide? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through NASA's portfolio and everything that we're doing. We always focus on space flight, rightfully so, at the von Braun Symposium and here at the Marshall Space Flight Center. But I want to talk a little bit about everything NASA is doing. And I think one of the real areas that's a pride and joy to me right now is our sustainable aviation program that we've put in place and greening of aviation. And one of the cool things about my position now, I mean, I absolutely love space flight, as John said, right? But prior to becoming an astronaut, I was a test pilot and an engineer. And for me, it's kind of cool to be able to get back into aviation at NASA and all the neat things that we're doing. You know, one of the things that we want to do is reduce by 50% carbon emissions by aviation between 2005 to 2050. By 2050, half of what our emissions were in 2005. That's our goal. And the real goal is by 2060 to be net zero. And that is a very ambitious goal. But we're doing that in a number of ways. And I think this is really important because we're aiming at commercial aviation, because that's where the bulk of carbons come from. And we're also aiming at that highly competitive single aisle market for aviation. And we're doing a number of things, very aggressive goals, but this is where it's going to happen. And I want to talk more about that in the next slide. Look, one more, next one. So if I look at where we are with commercial aviation, you know, one of the things that we're looking at is electrification. And these aren't pure, well, if you look at the engines, all right, you want that added electrical power using batteries to augment for takeoff and landing when you need the higher power. And then you can design the engine with a smaller core for cruise at altitude to be more efficient. So that's one way. That picture that you see, yeah, it's up there, the one in the upper left-hand corner. You know, this is it's a very high aspect ratio wing with a truss brace on it for increased efficiency. And those are augmented electric engine, or, you know, turbine engines that are augmented electrically. That's going to be huge as far as reducing the emissions and making aviation more efficient. And it's made possible through materials and the aero work that we're doing. And I've always been proud of NASA's aero. If you look back, look at Whitcomb from Langley, all the major aeronautic changes that we've seen, all the efficiencies have been brought forward, aero shaping, you know, you name it, winglets, it goes on and on. They came from NASA, and it's NASA's job to develop these technologies and then pass them on to aviation. And that's what we're doing today. And our goal is a safe global system. You know, I look at how we're improving aircraft control, and I meant to get the exact numbers in this, but NASA ran a program at Charlotte Airport for a year. And it had to do with how we get aircraft out of the gate and airborne and into the system in a very efficient way. And this is going to go nationwide. And I forget how many millions of gallons of fuel that it saved in a year doing that. And then we're looking at new aviation markets, advanced air mobility, electric powered vertical takeoff and landing, drones, how you integrate that all into the system to be more efficient. One of the cool things is high-speed aviation. We're looking to help make supersonic transport possible. And one of the neat programs that we're looking at, I was out at the Skunk Works out at Palmdale, Lockheed Martin, and I saw the X-59, the low boom demonstrator. And this is really a cool airplane. One of the things I thought was cool is the cockpit is from a T-38 that I flew. It's the back seat out of one of the T-38s that we used to have at NASA. But you can't see out the front of it. It's got cameras, it's got 2 cameras, and you're actually looking at a synthetic screen. It looks just like you're looking out a window, but it's a huge screen when it's taxiing and stuff for takeoff and landing. If y'all remember the supersonic transport back in the day, how the nose drooped down so the pilot could see for coming in and landing and stuff, this one doesn't do that. Now, this isn't to say this is what a supersonic aircraft is going to look like in the future. This is a demonstrator to look at the efficiencies that we've put in it to reduce the shock wave, reduce the sonic boom. So, and we're going to go out and fly and collect data around the United States and see the difference, see if we can lower the impact of that sharp sonic boom. So I think it's really going to be neat. The other thing I want to bring up is all this is important for sustainability and growth. Our commercial aviation industry is a huge asset to our gross national product. And we want to ensure that we continue to grow that as we go forward and not lose it to our international competitors. Let's see, next slide. So what I got a picture of here, this is how we're applying our advanced technologies to modern day problems. And this has to do with addressing the wildfire crisis that we currently have. And this is NASA's Scalable Traffic Management and Emergency Response Operations, or STEREO. And you can see one of NASA's drone pilots here. This is in Redding, California. It was taken just this last May, and it was a test. And what we're able to do through STEREO is integrate drones into the airspace while we're still flying airplanes and everything else, and it deconflicts everything, all right, so that we can have multiple operations going on within a wildfire area to effectively gather data, see where the fires are, send the resources in the right area without fear of having in-flight collisions and so on. So, you know, this is NASA applying the technology that we have to the airspace to solve the problems that we have here on Earth. Next slide. We just launched Landsat 9 here a short while ago. Landsat is the longest serving record of data, Earth observation data here on Earth, over 50 years. And this is something that I know is near and dear to Marshall's heart with the role that Marshall plays in how we utilize that data. But it's really important. And we are expanding and building on NASA's expertise in Earth science to feed the world. You know, it's estimated that there are more than 800 million people on the Earth today that suffer from chronic hunger. And by 2050, the global population is going to be up to 10 billion. The data that Landsat brings in, that our NASA programs bring in on how we work with water managers, farmers, ranchers, and everyone else to use this data to determine how best to grow crops and feed the world is extremely important in this satellite era that we're in. And the data has increasingly become more of how we do things in order to do it more efficiently. So I think that's really important too. We're going to continue to work towards feeding the world. Next slide. GOES-T. GOES was supposed to launch the end of this year. We had a little bit of a backup on the range with our Atlas V manifest, and now we're scheduled to early next year. But the geostationary operational environmental satellite, GOES-T, is going to provide imagery for the Earth's weather, the oceans, you name it. And this is in partnership with NOAA. And NOAA actually manages the GOES-R series program, working with NASA. NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center actually oversees the acquisition of the satellites, and then Lockheed Martin designs and creates the satellite. And then L3 Harris provides the main instruments that go on it. And so this is a huge partnership that we have with NOAA. This is the GOES-T is part of the GOES-R series, and it's going to keep these satellites operating through 2036. And then in the 2030s, we're working on a new set of GOES satellites, and that's the GOES, the GeoXO, to get even better data on our weather, our oceans, and our satellites. Next slide. IXP, another one that I know is near and dear to the folks here at Marshall. IXP is a collaboration between NASA, the Italian Space Agency, and the principal investigator is Martin Weisskopf here at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. And IXP is going to be, I got to read it. This is too much. It's like the introduction at the beginning here. The Imaging X-ray Polarimetry Explorer exploits the polarization state of light from astrophysical sources to provide insight into our understanding of X-ray production in objects such as neutron stars and pulsar wind nebulae, as well as the stellar and supermassive black holes. All right. So I'm just a mechanical aeronautical engineer, and that's a mouthful. But we'll get some of those students back here that did those poster boards. I'm sure they can explain it. But IXP's got a 2-year mission. And again, it's bringing great science data back on microquasars, pulsars, pulsar wind nebulae. And it's more about how we learn about this universe that we live in. So congrats to Marshall, and I'm really looking forward to IXP getting launched here in, right now it's looking like December 6th. This year we'll get IXP off. Next slide. This has got to be one of my favorites. I have seen the James Webb Space Telescope mirror when it was at Goddard Space Flight Center. I was out in Huntington Beach before it got packed up in its shipping crate to go down to Kourou. This is just an amazing, amazing observatory. James Webb is going to allow us to look back in time 13.5 billion years. That's like about 350 million years after the Big Bang. Further in time, it's going to be amazing what we get from this. This is a 21.3 foot diameter mirror with those 18 hexagonal pieces. And if you could see it and how it's constructed and everything, it's so unique how they can flex those diagonals and move them all together to make that perfect mirror once it gets up to its Lagrange point. And that sun shield that's on it is the size of a tennis court. And that all folds up into a 17.5 meter fairing, 17.5 foot long fairing. But it's going to take 4 weeks to unfold that everything, the mirror and the sun shields. The sun shields, we're talking 50 deployments with 178 release mechanisms to unfold the entire telescope and make it work. And it's not like Hubble, it's not 350 miles high. You're not going to send an astronaut crew up there to fix it if it's not right. This is going to be absolutely amazing and definitely nail biting. You know, when the Perseverance rover went into Mars, they talk about that 7 minutes of terror when it went. Well, they're going to have, the folks at Goddard, and you're going to have to deal with that for 4 weeks. Next slide. John mentioned the commercial economy that we have helped enable. And this isn't just at Kennedy, this is across our agency. When I look at what we have been able to do to enable commercial operations, I mean, this is our future. We are no longer, everybody talks about government space and commercial space, and dang it, there's only one space above us. And if we are not integrated together with our commercial and industry partners working as one, we are not going to be successful. And it's like I said last night, all of us, we have a huge challenge in front of us, and we have to be working together. We have to work together as one with a singular focus if we're going to persevere and be good. But I think growing this industry that we have enabled, it benefits us in so many ways. People talk about, I'm sure many of you have been asked, well, what do you think about these suborbital flights and what these guys are doing? I think it's absolutely outstanding. The more people we can get in space, the more we can energize folks about what we're doing. It couldn't be better. I think back to aviation, and to me, if you look at aviation, and I'll draw this the way you guys would see it, December 17th, 1903, Orville and Wilbur made that 120-foot flight, the length of the space shuttle, in 20 seconds, right? And aviation was flat for a long time, and it's taken off exponentially. We're still back on that flat part of the curve when it comes to flying in space. I look at these suborbital flights. That's kind of like those barnstormers after World War I, where you pay $5 to go up in an old Jenny and see the farm from 2,000 feet. Okay, but it creates that interest in aviation. And governments made commercial aviation possible. We subsidized it. Through airmail and other methods, to make aviation possible. That's what we're doing with commercial space. We're enabling it to make it possible. And the important thing is we want to move on and explore, right? We want to get out of low Earth orbit. And I'll talk more about that. But I truly think this is an absolutely exciting time for our nation's space program. We have so much in front of us that is just going to be absolutely amazing. Next slide. So the International Space Station, right now it's certified to 2028. We're looking to extend it. We're in the process of getting it to 2030. Everything looks good to be able to do that. It's structurally sound. I know there's been talk about cracks and stuff. They're in one small part of the Russian segment that is isolated, and it's not a concern. But the goal here is to commercialize low Earth orbit. And the reason we're extending station to 2030 is so that we can develop that commercial economy in low Earth orbit. And we've got agreements with Axiom Space to fly this first flight of private astronaut missions on the International Space Station. They're going to be putting a module on the International Space Station that will belong to them, eventually adding more to it. And the goal is to get that up there and then detach it from the International Space Station so that it becomes its own facility. Sierra Space is looking at putting up an expandable module as a destination. Right now, the only destination for commercial space is the International Space Station. And the commercial vehicles that are flying, SpaceX, hopefully soon Boeing will have their Starliner flying also. That's the destination. We want to create other destinations. We want to become one of many customers. We don't want to have to own the whole space station and pay for all that infrastructure. We want to take that funding and focus it on going beyond, going to Mars, learning what we need to know on the lunar surface so that we can go to Mars and create that commercial economy in low Earth orbit. And I think that's going to be a huge challenge for us as we move forward, but I believe it's going to happen. And then we'll have other destinations in commercial space in low Earth orbit. Next slide. So I'm going to throw out this technology development project I want to talk about, and this is IROSA. These are rollout solar arrays that have recently been added to the International Space Station, all right, to add to the power. The solar arrays that are up there, they've been up there for close to 20 years. Solar arrays degrade over time. So they're still producing electricity, but now we have these rollout solar arrays in addition to them to increase the power even more. The manufacturer of deployable space systems was founded in 2008. It was a 13-year journey from an idea to deploying their technology in updating the International Space Station. This was all done through NASA Small Business Innovative Research Awards starting in 2009 and further advanced through a Space Technology Mission Director Investment and a ground demonstration in 2014. This is what we do with our SBIRs. We develop the technology that we need to move forward. And these rollout solar arrays are also going to be on DART. And DART's the Double Asteroid Redirect mission that's going to launch this November. Next slide. Obviously, going to the moon, we talked, I can't top Jim Free's luncheon talk yesterday. It was absolutely outstanding talking about the Artemis program. But we're going there for the science too. We're going there to learn what we need to know to go on to Mars. And the CLIPS program, the Commercial Lunar Payload Services, we've already awarded 6 of these missions. And they're doing some really cool science on the moon. The first 3 are going to launch in 2022, and then 3 more in 2023. Astrobotics, intuitive machines. Also, we've got Firefly and Mast in Space on those. A couple go to intuitive machines, a couple to astrobotics. I want to talk about the Intuitive Machines, the first CLIPS mission that they're going to, well, the second CLIPS mission that Intuitive Machines is going to fly in 2022. It's got 3 really cool experiments on board. It's got the Polar Resources Ice Mining Experiment. This is prime 1. This is the first time we're going to do in situ resource utilization on the moon. It's a NASA-led mass spectrometer paired with a honeybee robotic drill. And it's similar to the instruments that will fly on Viper that goes in 2023 with Astrobotics. It also has the first 4G LTE communications network on the moon, developed by Nokia Corporation of America. And it's got Micronova, which is a small deployable hopper that was developed by Intuitive Machines. That it's an extreme mobility robot that's going to allow you to see down inside craters on the moon. And so just really cool stuff coming up, technology that's being developed through the CLIPS program, preparing for astronauts and learning what we need to know to go on to Mars. Next slide. As I mentioned, Jim talked about Artemis, truly a national effort. And on October 19th, Orion is going to roll over from the vehicle, from the vertical launch abort system facility. I got to get my acronyms right. LASF over to the VAB to be stacked on top of the rocket. All right. That rocket's going to be complete here in a matter of weeks. And then it's going to go out to the pad for a wet dress rehearsal. We'll roll it back into the VAB, make sure everything's right, and roll back out for launch. I was looking at videos of the swing arm testing that was done inside the in the VAB. And having been at KSC through the whole development, it was just absolutely amazing. You know, there were hours of testing that went on each one of those umbilicals over in the Launch Environment Test Facility at KSC with the 6 degree of freedom simulator that simulated all aspects of launch, doing 3 Sigma cases, making sure that each one worked right. But to see it actually attached to the rocket, being controlled out of the Launch Control Center, counting down to T0, and see them all released properly in the VAB back, you know, absolutely amazing. The next time those umbilicals release from that rocket is going to be when it launches on its test flight. And I said it last night, I got to say it again. I cannot wait to see this rocket launch. You know, a shuttle was absolutely amazing. The rockets we got going off, I always tell people, any rocket that leaves planet Earth is a sight to see, and you got to experience it. I don't care what kind it is or what's on it, right? But this SLS system and the shuttle were a little bit different than the current rockets that we're launching. And as impressive as a shuttle launch was, I can't imagine 4 RS-25s and 5 segment solids lifting off. It's going to be very, very, very cool. The crew is going to fly out on Artemis 2. Now, Artemis 2 is going to come, as you heard Jim say yesterday, we got a little iron bar between 1 and 2 to get some of the boxes out of 1 and put them in that second Orion capsule. The service module is on its way, should be here from Europe, and we're pressing ahead with that vehicle. But that crew is going to go 4,600 miles beyond the moon, and that's the furthest away we've been from Earth. That's going to be really cool. And it's got a number of objectives on that test flight. It's going to conduct proximity operations with the spent IUS after it departs its ICPS. And then it's going to actually check out the environmental crew system while it's been away, environmental support system. And it's also going to verify communications with the Deep Space Network when it's beyond GPS and TDRS going out around the moon. So all of that is coming. We are getting there. It is going to happen. This is a real program. Next slide. But that's where we're going. We're going to Mars, you know, and before we can go there, we got a lot of work to do. You've seen Perseverance on Mars. Absolutely amazing. It's already collected 2 samples. It's going to collect a bunch of samples, and then they're going to go back and analyze which are the best. And I forget what the number is that can actually be sent back to Earth. But one of the most complex missions, when they briefed it to me, it's the Mars Sample Return Mission. And I said, couldn't you make it more complicated? It's amazing. You know, we're going to collect these samples. We're going to send a spacecraft to Mars. One is going to have an ascent rocket that Marshall Space Flight Center is working on to take the samples when they get picked up. The Europeans are working on a rover to pick up all the samples, take it to this other rocket, load them into this rocket. It's going to go up, off Mars. It's going to go with another vehicle up there, dock with it, transfer the samples, fly to Earth, and then it's going to meet with another vehicle to descend back down on the Earth. But we're going to get samples back from Mars in the 2031, 2033 timeframe. And the key here is we're not just bringing back samples. There is great thought that is going into where these samples are being taken on Mars. We actually, the latest samples that they took, were marked by volcanic activity in that area, and they think they might actually have proof of trapped water within these samples. And that would be huge to figure that out. And then that Ingenuity helicopter, you saw a short clip of it last night, but that's now a scout rover for the rover. It goes out and checks things out and lands. And how cool is that to be flying on another planet? Absolutely amazing. Next slide. Oh, this is neat. This is that's a heat shield. This is one of NASA technology advancements. And it's how we infuse technology into all that we're doing. When we go back to Mars, all right, one of the problems that we have, we're going to be landing the biggest things. And when we send humans, it's the largest, vehicle we've landed on Mars. All right. The Perseverance rover, that's about 1 metric ton. Studies that I've seen say that before you can send humans to Mars, you have to pre-stage like 18 metric tons on the surface of Mars. So what you see pictured here is it's a speed brake, if you will, but this is an inflatable. It's developed by the Science Technology Mission Director, and it's an inflatable heat shield known as low Earth orbit flight test of an inflatable decelerator, or lofted. And this is going to get tested in mid-22 timeframe on a ULA Atlas V. But engineers are mating it to crucial components right now: the inflation system, flight electronics, parachute system, and more. So this has more than just application to us going to Mars. This can be used for returning, rocket parts or segments right here on Earth. Next slide. So what have we heard from industry in the questions that we've asked? And these kind of summarize three main things: more competition, more transparency, and the importance of partnerships, both commercial and international. And I hope you've seen it. If not, you're going to. One of the things that I promise you is that we're going to be more transparent in our requests for information and in developing our proposals. We're going to have more oral discussions ahead of time. We're going to have oral discussions after we release an RFI so that we make sure that we get everybody's input. We'll talk to industry as a whole. We'll have individual conversations so you don't have to worry about sharing proprietary information. And when we put out an RFP, there won't be a lot of questions of what NASA was looking for. We're going to try and make it clear what we're looking for so that we get the very best product. So I promise that to you. Next slide. So what do we need from you? We need support in delivering on critical missions. We need to deliver on time, and we need to deliver within budget. And we haven't been doing a very good job, and we got to do better. All right. I told the folks at KSC, and we could have done better. And one of the first things I said when I got to KSC was, if we deliver a quality product on time within budget, we gain credibility with our stakeholders, and more good work is going to come our way. When we're late, when things don't work, when we have cost overruns, we lose that credibility, and we cannot afford to do that. All right. We have to maintain our credibility, and we got to do a better job on in delivering. And I need your help on that. All right. We got to pull together. It's what I said last night. We got to pull together with one with great resolve if we're going to be successful. And we got to deliver on what we said we're going to do. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have from me. And no questions is fine. If I don't get questions, you can all go, or I'll tell more stories. None. All right, awesome. Oh, yes.
Here we go. I got it.
Oh.
Hey, how you doing? Brendan from Boeing. So I might ask a question that's not controversial if you make it. It doesn't have to be that way. But with the new amount of people that are now going to space and things like that, there's questions about the title astronaut. And I wanted to know, what are your thoughts on the title astronaut and moving forward as, you know, people going to space? How do you feel about that? And what are your thoughts?
So I'm going to put my good friend, General Wayne Monteith, on the spot, and he's going to tell you what the real definition is. But before I do that, after this last Blue Origin flight, I've determined that everybody that flies on an airplane is now a pilot. Okay. You know, they are certainly space travelers. And I think personally, my personal opinion, it depends on what you're doing. All right. And I think the FAA has done an outstanding job defining what you have to do to earn their astronaut wings as a civilian astronaut, as far as having some control over the vehicle that you're flying in. Anything you want to add to that, Wayne? Did I capture that? Yeah, well, you know, I have no problem. You know, what I think, the more people that we can get up and see our Earth from space, absolute better. Our goal is to open space up to everyone. Okay, and I go back to history. You know, if you look back on the Pan Am Clipper, it was only the very rich that were flying the Pan Am Clipper across the Atlantic and Pacific. Everybody else was going steerage in a steamer or something. And you know, these folks that are flying in space today on like Inspiration 4, I thought it was a great mission. You know, to be able to get folks up there and do what they did, absolutely. That we should be embracing that. All right, we're done with low Earth orbit. All right, let's get out of low Earth orbit. Let's focus on exploration. Let's focus on learning what we need at the moon and going on to Mars and apply our resources there. That's what we need to do. But the more folks that have that experience of flying in space, I think the better for all of us. Anyone else? Mark. Sure. I think one of the most important things we can do is ensure that our infrastructure is in good shape to continue to support the missions that we do. We definitely have some issues. I think they're very prevalent right here at the Marshall Space Flight Center. It's kind of sad to see the headquarters building shrouded in a net to protect people from getting hurt from things falling off of it. You know, that's something that needs to be fixed. I think this latest hurricane supplemental that we got was huge to be able to get the roof fixed at MAF. We need that facility going forward to support SLS, as well as the other work that's being done in there. You know, folks are also, Lockheed Martin is building the shells for Orion in there. Boeing's in there with manufacturing for the Starliner. So that's a critical facility as we move forward. So ensuring that we have the right infrastructure. I also think it's important to fund the program. We've been asked to do this, and I want to do it in a most cost-effective and efficient manner that we can. But we also have to be funded in order to have it. There's a lot of talk about, you know, we need proper funding for the landing system, for the suits. We're going to need pressurized rovers, regular rovers, habitats, and continue to learn. And that's why it's all the more important to be able to rid ourselves of the infrastructure in low Earth orbit. And, you know, the key here is there is going to be a transition. The folks that are working on ISS and doing the work on ISS, they're going to be doing that same work in a better place. They're going to be working on the moon, getting prepared to go to Mars with that same work that we've been doing. And that doesn't mean we're not going to do low Earth orbit missions. Instead of, you know, owning the whole thing, we can fly a science mission on send somebody up to do it on a commercial space station and pay a fraction of it. But I think proper funding over the long term to ensure that we have what we need to meet the mission goals is going to be huge. Hey, I want to thank everybody. I think this has been an outstanding symposium, the parts of it that I've got to sit through. I thought the dinner last night was absolutely outstanding. I think Teledyne Brown hit it out of the park. And I would say that I think you got a new venue. It really was nice seeing everybody in person last night and pulling the team together and being able to socialize in an environment where we were all together and we could all hear what was going on. And it was just a really fun evening. So thank you again for allowing me to be here. Thanks for putting up with 2 talks from me. I was hoping to only do 1, but I'm happy to support. And it's always great to come to the Marshall Space Flight Center and see the outstanding science and work that's being done here to move our space program forward. Thank you.
So thank you, Colonel Cabana. So it's the end. I almost think like Sound of Music. So long goodbye. We wish you adieu. No. So thanks to all of our event sponsors here. Aerojet Rocketdyne, the Aerospace Corporation, the Boeing Company, Dynetics, our education sponsor, Jacobs, the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, Lockheed Martin, Maxar, Northrop Grumman, SpaceX, Teledyne Brown Engineering, University of Alabama in Huntsville, our media sponsor, Space News, and thanks to all of you for your support. Thank you so much for everybody at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, folks at the National Space Club of Huntsville, and the University of Alabama in Huntsville for helping us put together such a great week of activities, a week in 3 days. It was wonderful. Thanks to our planning committee listed there. And Kelsey and Abigail, where are you? Are you in here still? There? Over there, stand up. Thank you, Kelsey and Abigail. Jim Way, the holder and purveyor of truth, as we put our program together. And thank you all for coming. Now, the next time we get together here, and we have two or three other conferences before coming back. We've got the Goddard and we have the Glenn, and then AAS does the technical sessions for the ISS R&D conference. So we'll see you guys in some of those things, but we'll be back here October 24th through 26th in 2022, and I will look forward to it myself. Thank you. Yes, thank you guys so much. Thank you.